At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Good evening and welcome all you wonderful people and free thinkers to the Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Tinfoil Hat Tuesday, folks. We've got a hell of a topic on hand tonight. We're going to talk about the subliminal messaging and predictive programming, kind of how they mess with your brain almost on an everyday basis, sometimes in a real deep way, sometimes in very, very innocuous ways. And we're going to kind of explore a little bit of that. I'm joined tonight by my good friend, Ironton Auditor. How are you doing tonight, Ironton?
I'm doing great tonight, sir. How's your wonderful evening going?
Just finer than frog hair split three ways. We're having a good time.
Fine, fine. Hello to everybody out there. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
I had to drive all the way from here to Fishersville to take my grandson to really haphazardly scheduled soccer thing. He got chosen for an all-stars game because he was like the star of his team all through the season, and they're putting together an all-star team, and I think they're going to take on, what did he say? It's down there where the VMI is at. Lexington is some kind of a team down there, and I thought it was pretty cool. But anyway, I drove all the way there, got halfway there, and my daughter calls me and says, oh, never mind, it's been canceled. I'm like, oh. I mean, that's like an hour and 20 minutes one way. So no worries. His mom was already there at the soccer field. So we went ahead and continued the journey. And it was a good way for me to get him from his dad. So we had a good time talking, showed him some of the stuff on my channel and my videos, you know, the ones appropriate enough for 9-year-olds. And he really liked the Where's the Beef. Where in the hell did American Pride Ohio go? I was just getting ready to tick his thing and bring him up, and he has left.
He must have jumped out of there, huh?
He did, right as I was getting ready to click on him. I was getting ready to click on him and introduce him, and he left on me.
Well, hopefully he'll hear that and come back.
We'll give him a minute. So I'm going to look. He knows the link. I sent it to him in Messenger. He should still have it. Anyway, let's take a look at who we got in the chat here tonight. We got a lot of wonderful people here tonight with us. Wake Up American Resist. Awesome dude. We've got Kevin Kaler, Lisa, of course, Kevin Kaler, Don Pennington. Let's see, Kevin Kaler. Who else we got? Who else? Austin Murphy. Hey, Austin said, where was it? Where was that? He just said it a bit ago. Something about President Biden having one of his senior moments and thinking he was running for Senate of Pennsylvania or some shit like that.
He said right after that he was telling you that he was being sarcastic, that he
Oh,
thought he had dementia so bad that he probably figured that. He thought that was a funny statement.
but see, it's believable. That's what's so funny. I see stuff and I have to look and go, is that on Babylon B, or is somebody fucking with me, or is this for real? You know, I mean, I'm always having to ask that question. Message him, and well, here, I'll do it. We'll find out what happened to him. Where do you go? There he is. He got tired of me bitching about him. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined tonight by my other good friend, American Pride, Ohio. You know him as his for sucking at chat. No, I'm just fucking with you.
How you doing, APO?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. I mean, I'd be doing even better if my phone could stay on.
Oh, that was it. I was having issues. I had to put into my GPS where the Augusta County Expo Center was at. And it's a good thing I did, because you got to go down all these little windy roads. Well, for some reason, my connection wasn't right. And I hit a bump and all my GPS went up. And I was starting to panic. And then all of a sudden it like came back on. And I was like, oh my God, what the hell was that about? And it kept doing that until I stopped. I shut everything down, reconnected everything. I'm getting about sick and tired of all this fucking technology shit, you know?
Yeah, my phone just shut completely off.
Oh my God. It's the penguins. It's penguins. We know.
I went to the AT&T store today about mine and how I keep losing the chat and all that. And she done some stuff in the settings, got an update, and there was a couple other things that she opened up. I'm not exactly sure if it's going to work or not. Neither was she. We're going to find out. So hopefully we go out and do another one of those runs where we're running live. We won't keep losing. You know, they won't be able to accuse Eugene of breaking the chat. I'm glad they blame it on him instead of me.
Look at Miss Lisa. I already know it, Miss Lisa. I still love you.
Now, Scott Hubert has, I got to get back with him. He sent me an email, and I have to get all this information off this computer here. I've been like I said, I tried to start this. I tried to make a video earlier, and I just couldn't. I mean, I'd get going. All of a sudden, the dogs start freaking out over nothing. So I got to start over. And then I start doing it again. And then somebody comes to the door and they're here for about 40 minutes. And I'm like, oh shit. So now I got to start over again. And it was like, then I had to do that thing to Fishersville. And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm never going to get this thing up done. I'll do it tonight after everybody's in bed. The dogs are calmed down. And then I can, focus on what I'm doing. It was insane. But, this technology is I mean, phenomenal if you really think about it compared to back when we were young. Remember the Atari was like, I remember Pong. I remember watching adults sitting there watching a little blip go back and forth across the screen,
Right.
And
the bad part is I remember that too.
Yeah. And that was, oh man, that was something else. Oh, you got Pong? Yeah. People.
I remember being put to bed early so they could sit up and play the video games all night. I remember that. I was a little kid when the Atari and all that stuff was out, and television and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I had the Atari with the joystick and that kind of thing. And I think that's pretty much where I topped out at, man. These ones they got now that's got like a button everywhere is like, well, how do you, without accidentally pressing the wrong goddamn button, and I don't know. And it's going, oh, god dang, grandpa, you just hit the X and the Y and the T and the RS and these two things like this. And then that's it.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah.
All right. No.
You know what's funny is I tried to play, I think they call it Black Ops. Don't quote me on that, but I think that it was one of the versions of that. It's been a lot of years ago. And I was trying to play.
Oh,
go ahead. It was called Black Ops.
Black Ops. Oh,
the video game Black Ops, something Black Ops. I'm not very video game, So I was trying to do this, and you have to move the body of the player with one joystick, and you can look around with the other. It like controls the head. And because I was used to one joystick and one or two buttons and that was it, it was very difficult for me to do. So I kept running around in circles, either looking straight up or straight down. I could never like get control of my head, so he'd just run around behind me and shoot me. So we didn't play a whole lot, obviously. I wasn't a very good player.
I
So-
always play Black Ops. I got the new Xbox.
See, that you guys just now blew my mind, because all this time I thought Osama bin Laden was killed by black cops. And turns out, so this whole changes everything. Holy shit. Black ops, you say. Okay. Well, interestingly enough, with this technology, a lot of it was testing ground, along with the thing we played it on. What they all have in common was a television screen, just like we're all looking at a form of a television screen right now, aren't we?
Right.
And what the average person isn't aware of is that there are certain nuances through a television screen and through audio of being able to put ideas into your head that were not there before, that were not yours. Some are innocuous and some of them are quite belligerent. And these things are called subliminal messages. Have you ever heard of this phenomenon? This science?
I absolutely have. Did you happen to see one of the pawn shop shows? I don't know one from the other, but the guy was saying, yeah, they tried that, but I think he said the 50s, whenever he said it was. You know, they tried that back in the 50s, but it didn't work because nobody could see it and realize it was there. Like that was one of the most smartest things you'd ever heard someone say. I don't think he quite understood what subliminal meant.
What happens with a subliminal message? What about you, APO?
I've heard somewhat about it.
Because you know, it's actually when you're listening to the music in the grocery store, there's messages in there. I know. I worked for a grocery store company, and we got our music. It was an independent grocer, and they got their music from a place that actually embedded subliminal messages into the music, encouraging shoppers to stay longer, buy more, don't steal, and shit like that. And it's just barely. It's not really consciously audible, but audible enough that the subconscious picks it up. It's kind of like how those quit smoking tapes work that have subliminals in it. And you listen to it when you sleep. That's how that works. Hey, you guys, stop that. So these messages go into the subconscious. And the thing about the subconscious believes everything. The subconscious believes everything, and it soaks it all in with a sponge and then leaves your conscious mind to figure it all out. Now, one of the most innocuous forms of it that we see, that it's all the time, a lot of people have known this to be true, is product placement. Okay. Like, for instance, a lot of you remember your old cop TV shows and shit that you'd see. Look at the makes of the vehicles used in the chase scenes and shit like that. And you'll find that during the commercial times that was the brand of automobile that was being advertised, you see. So they would actually sponsor the show. So these television programs and movies, they get a lot of money from sponsors for product placement and product shots. For instance, like Coca-Cola. If this was a movie, they're being shot and we're just doing a scene right here, they may have a can of Coca-Cola here. But the thing you'll notice is that no matter what the camera angle is, they've turned the Coca-Cola so that the label is facing the camera, even when they switch scenes. And you don't really notice that. But the reality of it is that they're embedding that idea that you want to have a Coca-Cola. They first did some studies with this back, and the guy from Pawn, whatever, was kind of right, where they spliced in like one every 100 frames or so, or 150 frames. I forget what the number was, but far enough apart that it wouldn't be noticed, of an image of a really delicious looking cheeseburger. Right. And they have that go, and these things are going at 32 frames a second. Right. So there's 32 pictures going in front of you per second. And so you don't catch it. You don't catch it, not with the conscious mind. But what they did find was that the sale of the cheeseburgers went up by 60 to 65% when they ran the spliced movie, as opposed to running the same movie without the splice in it.
Well, the average person should know this when they see a commercial for a hamburger and they can't stop craving it until they fucking get it. Even if they don't have the money, even if they know they shouldn't, even if they have no other reason to drive that 5 or 6 miles, they'll go get that cheeseburger because they can't get it out of their head. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And they should know this happens.
Mhm.
But they get those weird cravings, and even they don't understand why they want it so much.
Right, right. And it's like that's they do this with so much, and they do use emotion to steer your to guide your decision making. It used to be like if way back in the day when they'd have a television commercial, they'd show their brand and brand X, right? And show why their brand was better because brand X doesn't do this and ours does that. And, they actually compared it. When they sold automobiles in a television commercial, they told you specifications about the motor. They told you, how fast it was able to go, that kind of shit, right? What they do now is like if you watch the Lincoln commercials with Matthew McConaughey, and he's like, I was driving Lincolns long before I ever got paid to, like that. And he's just, oh, so what's that doing in the subconscious? Oh, I could be cool like that and relaxed and happy like Matthew McConaughey. Because they don't tell you shit about the car. You have to read the little print down at the bottom of the screen. It tells you all the miles per gallon and all that, right? That's just all about how that car is going to make you feel. And that's what everybody's doing, looking for the next best thing. That's going to
Or
make
how it's going to make you look. A lot of
right.
people are so caught up on cosmetics, man. If they don't feel like if they're having a bad hair day, it like freaks them out. Like they are fucked up all day, and it's not that big of
Yeah.
a deal in my eyes, but apparently to some people, the thought of their projection to others means so much to them.
Well, I think it's important to at least have a somewhat presentable. I mean, I wouldn't go walking around, unclean and shit like that.
Well, that's not exactly what I meant. I think
I
you
know
know
exactly.
that.
I know what you're saying. I was just heading off anybody in the chat.
No, good idea, because
Yeah, yeah,
they'll
yeah.
broad brush me
Oh
right
yeah.
into it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So what you end up with is where was I at with it? Oh, with the that it's being caught in immersed in the physical, and it's as the church says is being of the world or in the world. And it's that difference. If you're of the world, you're really like our good friend Chili. He's really, really worried what someone else's perception of him is. And this is why he's easy to push buttons on, is because he's worried about the perception other people have of him, because that is who he is what other people think of him. He doesn't really know who he is. He doesn't present, he doesn't have enough confidence in himself. And that's why he goes around with bukkake hair all the time. So
What a way to describe it.
it is. It's like he looked like he just got out of a. Never mind. I mean, don't it? It's like, remember in that Ben Stiller movie when that chick put that shit in her hair and it was all stuck up.
Lisa's
Anyway.
making sure I know it is a big deal. She's getting her hair done tomorrow. Well, there you go, Lisa. I hope you feel pretty when you're done.
Lisa, it's called getting your hair did. Okay. I know. I've heard it my whole life. Going down to get your hair did. That's what I even say to Brandy when I take her to the groomer. I'm like, and she knows them words. I say, you're going to get your hair did, and she gets all happy about it and shit. Well, I better not let her hear me. She's pretty crazy. But yeah, they run that. Have you ever noticed any examples of that, like what we're talking about, product placement or any of that you've actually noticed? APO. I'm talking to both of you, man.
How about Back to the Future when he walks in to order a Pepsi free?
Yep.
Of course, now nobody even knows what a Pepsi free is. It's caffeine free Pepsi now, but it used to be called Pepsi free.
Yeah. That was perfect too. That was perfect because that was a way to slip that in, because it was a new product, and of course they never would have heard it in 1955. So that slipped in real good. Yeah. I would have to say there was a lot of product placement in that tennis shoes. I think Nike, wasn't it?
Yes.
It made those floating tennis shoes or whatever else he had. I mean, it's everywhere like that. But sometimes it's even more innocuous than that, because something I noticed is I don't watch TV regularly at all. And the only time I see any kind of mainstream news is if I see a story come up under, the feed on YouTube that says news. And sometimes I'll just go through there and go, what kind of fucking bullshit they trying to get me to believe? And as I was going through, looking through at the video, something caught my eye. And this was about a year ago or so, whenever we started with this Ukraine nonsense, right? I started noticing that all these different news programs and stuff had changed their backdrops so that they were of blue and yellow color, not really overtly saying anything about the Ukraine with it, but using the exact same colors as the Ukraine flag. And I was like, that's interesting. So what's that doing? That's just embedding that.
It's
So when
mood lighting. It's mood lighting, man. It sets a mood. I mean, it's exactly what it does.
Now see where they've gone with it when they've gone off the rails. Because listen, the TV, a lot of people don't know this. The TV was patented as a mind control device. That was what it was patented as. And I know it's being used in that way now. Absolutely being used in that way. I found, let me see where did I do with that? I thought I had it pulled up. Okay, hold up. I have to bring it up.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll tell everybody, if you've never heard of NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming, you should look that up. You should look into it. Approach it with an open mind, read about it, learn what it is, and then take a look at the world around you and see whether or not it's actively in place or not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Listen, this is some crazy shit. We talked about this briefly one night on one of our really long streams. I'm waiting for it to come up. Here we go. Now, I've got this so the audio is a little better. I hope. And I think I can get out of this. All right. So, there's McFerrari's here too. Squirrel. Disney puts a lot of subliminal shit. That's right. Glad you do movies. There used to be some pretty good videos breaking it down.
You're cutting in now, Sal.
Am I? Okay, hold on. Oh, I know I gotta do that. Hold on. Why is that doing it? All right, that's gonna go. And I don't need that open anymore. Hold on, let me get this down. That out. Come on. Close that. Close that. There we go. And close that. Okay. Is that any better?
Yes, sir.
All right. So y'all remember back in the 50s and the 60s?
Cutting it out again.
Back in the 60s and 70s when they signed off the TV stations. They'd play the national anthem. Am I totally cut off?
No, we're hearing you.
No,
It's
I
just
can hear you
there's
now.
a small delay and you tend to robot a little bit, but I think we're getting everything you're saying. It's just kind of choppy and almost sped up, but we're getting it.
So I'm just going to show this video of the sign off slowed down because they used to play the music but only show the words. I don't know what the point behind that was. Like you were going to be doing what? Get up and have a patriotic moment at midnight and stand up in your chair before you go to bed and sing the fucking national anthem.
Put your heart on your chest, take your hat off and shit.
Yeah, I mean, wow. So anyway, watch this real quick. This is very interesting. And I'm going to oh shit. What happened? Oh, I don't have my screen ready to share. Duh. I'm stupid. All right.
It's
There
all
we
right.
go.
We didn't claim to be professionals anyway, did we?
No, we pride ourselves on our amateurness. All right. So this is kind of familiar scene, but watch this as it slows down and shit. This is really. Did you see Don't Question Government in the transition?
Our national anthem.
Now it starts getting interesting. That just said trust the government, right?
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did.
So that's all of them that are contained within the text.
Yep. God is. I didn't get it all.
Is watching.
God is watching. Yeah.
Lisa wants to know if this is true, Sav.
Yes. This is the actual 1960s and up through the 70s. Of course, they had updated versions that were a little more effective too, even in the imagery. But this is even when we were just using analog TVs with poor video quality, really. So just imagine what they do now. Consume, obey. Did you see that?
Yeah, it's like some real They Live stuff.
Yeah,
You've
man.
ever seen the movie They Live?
Is trust the U.S. government again. I didn't catch that one. God is real. God is watching. There's another thing there. I didn't catch it all.
The
I have
last
to
part
watch
was
it.
government. I don't know if it said trust the government or what, but I know the last word was government.
Government is God. Rebellion will not be tolerated was that last one. Oh my God.
And
Rebellion
while
is
some people out there
tolerated.
might say that this
Twice.
kind of stuff doesn't work, my question is, why did they spend so much time, effort, and money and planning to put it into everything if it doesn't work?
Yeah, man. I mean, that said that twice. Rebellion will not be tolerated. It
They
said it.
wanted you to understand that.
They wanted that emphasized. Absolutely. Consume, obey, consume.
And you know what's interesting is all of us kind of followed this our entire
Yeah.
lives. Look at us.
You supplement that with some propaganda and the 15,000 hour indoctrination program. You get obedient little slaves, man. Wow. So anyway,
What was the difference in the speed? Did it say how much they had slowed it down?
no, it did not cover that, and I didn't happen to catch any notations or anything else like that. Not even in the original, but I'm sure you could download the original yourself, unless they've gone and scrubbed shit. I don't know, because this has been out there a little bit. There's a lot of people know about it, and they all the time trying to normalize something or change it. It's almost just like in Orwell's 1984 with the Ministry of Truth. I mean, they're actually going back into old films and they're putting fucking chemtrails in the skies so that it's just
So it looks natural.
yes, yes. Ain't that some shit? I
Hey,
mean,
Renee Bernays over here says that when they started their YouTube channel, they thought they'd eventually make videos about people how they were brainwashed, but they're just too sick all the time. So I was going to say, if you have information already compiled and want to send it to us, we would
yeah,
be
man.
willing to, we'll help you out. We'll make the videos. Maybe you can even get up on panel. We'll have a discussion. You can talk about it. Something.
Yeah,
Anyway, it
man.
might be an offer if you don't care, Sovereign. If that be a good
Oh,
tinfoil
man.
hat Tuesday some evening.
Absolutely, absolutely. Because this does go deep. I mean, it is. I mean, it's not just these video and that's doing the controlling, although it is keeping the spell. It really does keep the spell, and I think it has a lot. Well, of course, it does have a lot to do with the flicker rate. I think it's a phenomenal amount of time within 8 seconds, I think, of watching television. The average person is lulled into an alpha wave brain state, and that is the most suggestible state of awareness that there is the alpha wave brain state. And it has been the flicker rates studied, and they had monkeys and shit hooked up the wires and testing different flicker rates to see which ones work the best. And then, if you recall, it wasn't long ago they mandated that we go to a digital signal, and those that didn't have a digital TV already could go out at the government's expense, i.e. the taxpayers, and get a little converter box. Remember that?
Doesn't it seem odd that they want to make sure you get your TV no matter what? I mean, what
Yeah,
is it with the U.S. government? They feel I mean, unless they want you to know something they have to say, just saying.
got people starving. We got all kinds of
Right,
problems.
right.
But that's first and foremost.
But we'll
Just
make sure you get an antenna. Here you go. Just go to your local wherever the hell and pick this shit up. You might be starving to death, and no, we won't get you a burger, but you're
well,
welcome to this antenna.
in the movie They Live, what was the one thing that they did have there in that homeless camp? A fucking TV. Remember, they were watching the TV, and when the
Yeah,
guy,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, they were. Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely, they were.
Those of you that are not familiar with the movie, what year was that? 1987, I think.
They live. I'm not sure.
It's a movie called They Live, and it's got Rowdy Piper is in it, and it's he even said before he died, he said that was more of a documentary. It's a good movie,
Right.
and it'll make you think along the lines, because what you find out in the movie, I'm not going to spoil it for people who haven't seen it yet, but I
Do you
highly
remember
suggest.
that picture of that sign I sent you from behind the courthouse one day? I told you I'd taken a picture of that church sign and I'd sent
Yeah,
it to
yeah,
you, and all it had on it was trust and obey. And
yep.
I was like, look, it's like They Live without the glasses now. It's like printed out right.
Just put it right
So
out there.
if you haven't seen that movie yet, when you watch it, you'll understand where I'm going with that. And for those of you who've seen it, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah, yes, yes. You are absolutely right, Renee. You are absolutely right. Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of that, Renee, comes from they really wish it not to be true. That's what it really ends up boiling down to with a lot of people. They definitely so much don't want that to be true. And I mean, it's a humbling thing, and I can admit to it. I'm influenced all the time. Everybody is. The only difference is I'm a lot more aware of it now, but it still catches you.
Which is what that NLP will teach you about, guys. That you'll learn more. There's so much involved in that. You're talking about conversational hypnosis. There's so many breakdowns and parts to that. If you look into it and you look deep enough, you'll understand more about some of the things we're talking about. If you're confused as to what we're talking about, that'd be a place to start in your own research.
Well, Lisa brings up an interesting point. Yes, you're absolutely right. These are great modern conveyances of information. Absolutely. However, that is the most dangerous thing in any conflict. And believe you me, there is a war. You're in a war right now, and that war is for your mind. That war is for your mind. And what is the first casualty of any war? Truth.
the truth every time.
Yep. That's the first casualty of war. If you don't really know what's going on, I can get away with all kinds of shit. You see, that's you got to really look at it. I know you were taught that the government is there to help you and they're representative of the people and blah 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 and God bless America. Bullshit. It's not that. It's more like mafia. And you're the store owner that has to pay tribute to Don Corleone or they'll come bust your fucking store up. That's what it really amounts to. That's where it really comes in. So APO, you had said something also, because that kind of ties into this. You had said something about a friend of yours that may want to come on, and he had some questions about flat Earth. That was,
Yes, well, I was telling him pretty much I've started doing a bunch of research on it and everything. I was telling him, and he told me, man, that's actually pretty good points that you're making about it. And I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I said, I got a real good buddy. His name's Cyber and Soul, One Chain Mind. We're actually doing a 10 Full Hat Tuesday tonight. And I said, come on, man. I said, just come on, join us. And he's like, well, he said, I got work tonight. He said, I have to be on my lunch break. And, we're just getting into all that and everything. And he's supposed to show up. He told me that he would message me first.
all right.
And I told him, I said, he can prove everything that he tells you.
All right. Yeah, that'd be great. Anything like that. Because I've fixed a thing on my phone that's like a library of some information. I finally fixed it. And so now I can bring that up and I'll have some more material on this computer because I can transfer it now. There's another programming. There's another programming because if you ask any person, if nobody had ever told you that the Earth was a globe, what would make you come to that conclusion on your own? Why would you ever think that?
Well, best I can figure, most people, the majority of people, didn't really think that until TV. The proof was in, what was it, 69 when we landed on the moon?
Yeah. Well, proof. Yeah. That was wow. When I go back and I look at some of that film of that and examine the evidence, it's, see, that's how I got onto flat Earth. I was like, first off, I found into it by looking into the moon landing. And I was like, there's some fucked up shit about this moon landing, man. I'm not buying it. I'm not. There's too much here. I want to look into this. And so I had come to the conclusion. I was like, no, I don't think we ever went to the fucking moon. No, not at all. I think that there may, and this was my thinking then, was I think they may still be trying, but they haven't been able to accomplish it yet, but they don't want to have the program pulled because it being away. I was giving it really the benefit of the doubt. And then I ran across the subject of flat Earth and I was like, what the fuck? Are you kidding? And of course I had the same responses that anybody else does right off the bat. I'm like, are you crazy? Why would you think that? How come nothing falls off the edge? Right? Always the gravity argument too. And, and also along with that, what are you still, you from the 1400s or something, I mean, this is all standard shit that was in my mind, and it's in everybody else's mind when the subject comes up to them as well. So why would we all have the same notion? Why? Where does that come from? It's programmed. It's absolutely programmed. Because anybody that actually earnestly looks into the flat Earth theory or model, even, you know that none of that. There's what edge? Edge of what? Edge of the lake? Edge of the lake? You ever fallen off a lake? And then that really starts to blow their mind. And they go like, well, and you say, well, who says there has to be an edge anyway?
So you're saying the plane could be as infinite as what people think space is?
Right. Because the first thing they'll say, well, that's dumb. That can't be infinite. And I said, well, don't you have infinite space in your theory? How can that be? And that works out in your brain really good, but this one don't. You see? And the more I've looked into it, and also I'll tell you where the real tell is at, that you're over the target when you receive the most flack. Now, I can understand getting flack from regular people back and forth, as I do. Okay. But when social media platforms and news agencies and other things like that overtly censor the subject and block people that talk about it, when the Congress goes to the heads of these alphabet companies and says, what are you doing to stop people from talking about that? They told them, oh, we're doing everything we can to censor them. This is on the congressional record. So why do you have to censor something if it's crazy? If there's nothing to it, why? Well, that throws a big ringer up to me right
Well,
there.
now they're starting to convince people that if you tell a lie online because other people were too dumb to fucking know any better and they believe it, they could go out and commit harm, and it's all your fucking fault for fake news or misinformation. They don't want to blame people for being dumbasses. They want to
Right.
blame you for being a liar when it's kind of protected under freedom of speech. You should be able to lie all you want. You can hate all you want. You can dislike, like, whatever. I mean, I thought that was what speech was all about.
Well, I'm here you go, and we'll see what happens. See if I get fact checked on this. So here's what you do, people. What you don't know is you're being tracked by the government through your car, and the tracking device is your tire. So what you have to do in order to not be tracked by the government, if you go out there and look at your tire, you'll see a little thing sticking up out of the inside of the wheel. You'll see a little black thing sticking up. That's an antenna. You'll want to take something and cut those off. And then that way the government can't track you in your automobile. Now, does anybody think anybody's going to go out and fucking really do that? Wouldn't your idea be, oh, if somebody actually goes and does that, they're really a dumb fuck and they deserve it? So why ain't that being censored? After all you people out there, the government and YouTube and Facebook and all the rest of them, they think you're a fucking retard, that you'll just do whatever I fucking tell you to do because I said it and you're watching
Well,
me.
it's kind of like you said, like a car manual used to tell you everything you needed to know about the car. They used to tell you about maintenance and how to perform it, how to do each individual thing. And now it tells you not to drink the fluid contained in the battery in the gas tank. You know, like they treat you like you're a moron, and so you're more likely to not know anything else.
Hey, Peter, was you around in the 15th century? You know what the fuck they knew, or do you know what they told you they knew? And exactly, you can walk around a lake. It's called the Antarctic Basin, and it's what holds the water that the known Earth is in. There you go. Nobody, I love that shit. Well, Aristophanes. Shut the fuck up, Aristophanes. What the hell do you know about Aristophanes? I can do that sticks and shadows shit on my kitchen floor in here with a goddamn flashlight. Does that mean that my fucking floor is a globe?
AJ wants to know why their tires are flat now, sir.
Oh, well, that's to fool the government. Not only can they not track you, they think that you can't go anywhere. Go ahead, you can go ahead. You can drive on those. It's okay. There, fact check that too. How high is the ice? It's not just the ice, Lisa. It's the fact that Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It has the highest elevation. So there's actually a mountain somewhere that in Antarctica that's bigger than Everest. So shit goes way, way out there. I don't know. I've never been there. I'd like to go if I could stay warm. But if you try to go, you will be turned away by a naval vessel. And if you happen to make it past the naval vessel, they will send fucking icebreakers after you. That's how desperately they do not want you going there.
Hey,
and we all know why, right, Lisa? We all know why. Penguins. Fucking penguins. The penguins are the Illuminati.
Dennis Reisman says that airline pilots and people that sail the sea would have had to have been in on the flat Earth theory too, and they haven't heard any pilots or sailors say that the Earth is flat that they are aware of.
Oh, I've heard dozens of them. I have video of pilots in the cockpit saying it's flat from all different nationalities. That there is on my phone as well. I got that unlocked. And we will show that. Yes, absolutely. In fact, pilot manuals and manuals for the military for aircraft clearly state in the beginning of the book, they treat the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. That's what they're told to do. This is why they have a artificial horizon, from the word horizontal. That's just how that rolls.
Are you trying to say a horizontal line won't work on a ball?
No, of course not. In fact, like a 747 at 35,000 feet traveling, I think at like 450 miles an hour, could be 500, cruising speed, would have to drop its nose a mile every 2 minutes if they were flying over a ball. Because face it, here's your ball is round, and you'd go like this if you stayed flat, and you'd fly out into space, right? So they'd have to keep dropping their nose to go around that curve. And at that altitude, of course, that's going to require, I've got the calculations for that too somewhere, a full mile every 2 minutes. So, and they don't do that. Nobody, that's why it's called an airplane and not an air ball or an air curve. There you go. Next question. What's Renee got to say? Do you have a way to show the zodiac clock so that everyone can get a good idea of the circle of the Earth and how the time zones really work? Yeah. Let me give me just a minute. You guys hang on there and you run these people. Oh, look at this. Hi, it's Beth Riss. We don't need no goddamn fact checkers on here. Damn you, motherfuckers.
How are you doing tonight, APO?
I'm doing great, brother. How about yourself?
Oh, I ain't worth a shit for nothing, like I always say, but I'm here. Somebody has to be, don't they? It's a warm body filling a seat, man.
Yes, sir.
These people out here think they. I don't know why, man. They find us amusing. I think they like to hang out with us, and I'm glad they do. We're lucky to have them.
Oh yes, 100%.
Of course, we're talking about you, chat, just in case you don't know who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, and I still say Miss Lisa my favorite.
That's because she picks on you the most. She said earlier she'd blame you either way. Even if she found out it was my fault, she'd still blame you.
Yeah, I read that comment.
I told her that works for me. I won't complain.
Oh, I guarantee it.
I take the blame for the rest of it. You might as well shoulder the chat.
Yeah, let me see.
I might as well.
I don't know if y'all can see that. But this is where I can get some shit for you for that. You wanted to see, I have to download it so you can hear it. So give me just a minute here. You guys keep talking. The airline pilots. I'm going to get the airline pilots.
Yeah, guys, whatever you have your memberships open now, did you say?
Yes, I do. I have memberships that are open and available. We're going to be adding some more stuff. Another thing I'm going to start doing. Oh, Joe Cool's here. What's up, bro? Another thing we're going to start doing too, so that we can remain Karen free if possible. And some of these live streams that we do, if not all of them, I'm going to leave them up for a short period of time, and then I'm going to move them over to the members only, so that you can't have somebody like that last asshole that tried to go back through all my videos and finally found something on my 9/11. Chili admitted to being responsible for that on his stream last night. He finally mentioned my name.
Well, that's what you wanted, wasn't it? You got what you asked for.
It was.
It only took how long and how much trying?
Oh, well, see, he had everybody unblocked last night, right? So I checked. I went on my tablet and I had it on the TV. So I was on my tablet and I hit the chat and I looked. I said, hello, everybody. And it went up there. I was like, oh, cool. I'm in here. And so then I was just, saying a few things, and then I said that was a boss ass troll that me and Terry pulled on you, Delete Laws. We owned you, right? And he says, "Oh yes." He says, "Oh yeah, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Didn't you get your channel taken down?" Just like a woman. He talks like a woman. He's like, "Didn't you get your channel taken down? Didn't you? Didn't one of my friends have your channel taken down for something?" I was like,
Oh,
"No."
hey, Sal.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt, and I apologize about that. But my buddy Dave Hall is in the chat right now.
All right. I'm
And,
going to put a link both for him and for Joe Cool.
May I say something to Michelle, sir?
Yes, you may.
Michelle had asked a question. I'm sorry, dear, I missed the question the first time around. I apologize. It's saying, I've wanted to ask you all day, if Beth was groped by someone and has the DNA, why wasn't he arrested? Well, I don't have an exact answer to that. I can tell you what I know about it. I know that it went to grand jury and it was thrown out. I know that evidently because I don't know all the details, obviously, I wasn't there, but apparently whoever made up the grand jury thought that there wasn't enough evidence to to pursue charges, is my assumption. That's usually what a grand jury's for. They decide that. So I know that it went there and it was thrown out. Now, can I say that that means it didn't happen? No, but I can't say that it did either. I don't have any proof, and I personally haven't seen it, though she may have that. So I hope that answers you the best that I can with what little bit of knowledge I have on the situation.
Message for all the
I found one, and I'll give you some links in here because they're like longer videos than what I want to dick with tonight on it, but I will put them in the thing here. I have to go up here first and get them, and I'll put it in there. This is one on pilots, and come on, history. You can do it. You can do it. Chug, 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 chug. No, I don't want my watch history. What the fuck are you doing here? I want the history of shit that I watched. Oh, yeah, I do. My bad. Smoking on that bong a little bit too much.
Renee was re-questioning you about being suspended and about whether or not Chile actually admitted responsibility for that.
Yeah, well, he said, didn't one of my friends get you shut down? And what it was, I know the guy's name. On my first video I did about Chile, hang on one sec. I'm trying to multitask and it's not easy. And they went on there and said that I'd said homophobic shit on there. And I was like, no, it wasn't me being homophobic and shit or whatever that means. I said it was Chile threatening to gay rape me and shit. I said, that's him, not me. And she says, or he or whatever the fuck it is, said, oh, we've had to put up with this kind of oppression for a long time. And so I commented back. I was like, well, or for thousands of years. And I said, well, it seems like your skin would be a little thicker by now on it. Jesus Christ.
Over 1,000 years, yeah.
Yeah, right. You get used to it by now.
Callous by now.
God damn. So anyway, did I put that link down there? Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, it was
I put in there. Okay, that's one. Official pilots say Earth is flat, not a globe with curvature. I'll put some other links in here as I find them on here that I can put up, and y'all can go and take a look at it at your leisure, because the rest of them, there's like one that talks to, there's another one here that talks to a Polish astronaut that said the Earth is flat. So there's a good amount of data on that. What happens is that YouTube, even though these are on here, okay, you can pull that up and then go remember the name of the video, right? Then go into the search engine on YouTube and type in the exact fucking name of this video, and it won't even show up till damn near the second fucking page. That's no shit. That's how bad they censor this shit up.
Is that called shadow banning? Is that what they mean by shadow banning?
Yes. Yep. And that's like an extreme case of it. So there again, mind control. Controlling.
Lisa wants to know if you can put those in the chat so she can look later.
Yeah, I just did. Oh yeah, the other ones. I'm going to be putting those in here in just a second here. I put that link in there for Joe Cool if he's still here, and I'll do it again. And for APO's friend, thought I put it in there. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm being
Max 420 says the Earth really isn't Earth. It's the Matrix. We're in a computer.
well. Technically, he's right. Technically, it's nothing more than a symphony of electromagnetic impulses that we interpret through 6 different senses and interpret into what we deem as reality. And that's all. That's all it is. It's kind of like this conversation right here. We've got 3 little windows up in the screen, and this all here, and we're seeing over here people talking and everything, right? But outside of this screen right here, it's nothing more than a bunch of damn ones and zeros. Once it gets into the screen and is interpreted into what we have as a cohesive thing that we can manipulate and interpret into our reality. That's how reality is actually interpreted.
Lisa wants to know if you can put those in the description, sir, under the video.
Oh, in the description? Yeah, I'll do it after. What?
It'll make it a lot easier when anybody watches the video in the future. All they have to do is click on the link in the description.
Yeah, I'll have to pull them up and then get them so I can just grab them from the history. Look, see, this is a whole category right here. I'm going to bring my screen up so it's bigger for people real quick. Okay, so this is a whole category of videos on YouTube, and you can read right up there. Are all scientists and pilots in on it? And there's a lot of scientists and pilots that are saying no, and astronauts from other nations. This thing's really quite comprehensive the way it works, because what I can do is I go in, there's a question mark on that app I was showing you, and all the common questions that people usually have are under these tabs, like Antarctica in the 24-hour sun, where is the edge, where does the sun go, what's under the earth. This is shit that I run into all the time. And a lot of times I like to show these to people and say, you know, here's a demonstration. Here's a good demonstration. Check this out. And most of them are about between 5 and 7 minutes. And then the more in-depth ones can be as long as a half hour. And so like if I go into the gravity, okay, so I hit the gravity tab, and then I get a whole playlist of the videos about gravity, and it's real interesting. It's a great tool. There's so many links on here. At least I would say get the damn app. You can get it for on your phone, and if you have a tablet and you download it on there, it's under the same license, you know. So I think it's like $4.99 or something like that. It's really cool. It's a good clock, great for demonstrations, give you a great idea. There's a wealth of information in it. And like I said, I'm going to put a lot of these videos, cover them in my members only area too, because then see, I think it's going to be less apt. Oh, look at there. I'm hogging up the whole fucking thing there. I think it's less apt to have Karens if you have a members area. So when I see that, when I'm doing something that I think would be Karen worthy, where, you know, and that's one of them, that'd be wise to put them over there. You know, we're going to be doing some members only chats and Q&As and things like that in there. I'm going to have some exclusive videos only available in the members only. Plus you get a really cool little Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, all seeing eye pyramid with everybody flipping that motherfucker off. So that's kind of cool too. You know, what the hell? Right? So everybody's going to join now, right? You're at least going to join our Fonzie scheme. Hit the thumbs up. You guys down for that?
Hey.
Come on, APO. What's going on, bro? So
I'm laughing my ass off.
It says, when are you going to grow that goatee down to your belly button? I don't know if I'll ever do that. It starts looking pretty stringy. I need to trim it a little bit here anyway, but I might. Who knows? Oh, let it grow down far enough so I can piss on it. See, that's what I'm after. Oh, they do have details. There's a lot of details. There's many, 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 many details. You can actually even go to the library, Lisa, and write this down. Write this down. Samuel Robotham, 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe. 100 Proofs the Earth is Not a Globe. It's an old book. It's written by a man named Samuel Robotham. I believe he also did the Bedford level experiment too, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right, Ironton?
Yes. Sorry, I had to flip back.
Right. So yeah, he was that was the Bedford level. The Bedford level is a canal in England. It's very straight, and they were able to determine that there was no curvature by observing a boat that they sent down the canal with a telescope when it went to appear to go out of sight or over the curvature of the supposed Earth, the supposed curvature of the Earth. They brought it right back in with a telescope. And now we've got people doing that exact same thing at the ocean shore, bringing vessels that appear to have gone over the curve. And you take a P900 and there it is again, right into view.
You have a new member, sir.
I have a new member. AJ, right on, new member. Now, who else did I have? I haven't seen any of my little things. Okay. Oh, they have that little thing on there, on here. Okay, so over here, just a second.
When
so
you look at them on YouTube, they'll appear in green when they are in the chat. It'll appear in green. Their name.
I got it. Okay. Well, welcome aboard, AJ. Man, I dig that avatar. That's pretty cool. That's from those Day of the Dead skulls. Boy, do they sell a lot of that shit in like LA and stuff in the.
Don't they call those sugar skulls?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe AJ knows.
I've heard them called sugar skulls. I don't know that that's what they're called, nationally or anything, but I've heard people refer to them as that, here locally. I've heard them referred to as sugar skulls.
Looks like a DMT trip to me, man. And also, given that in the Latin nature of the Day of the Dead, it may not be AJ, it may be Aye. Just saying, just so you know that the J is actually a Y in their language. Just so you know. What else we got? We have been to the moon. You've been to the moon, Dave Hall. You've been to the moon. When?
I think he's saying we have been to the moon.
Oh, he's saying the moon landing's real.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Notice how AJ's thing comes up in green now, sir.
Yes, I do. That's awesome. Sugar skulls for the Day of the Dead. Yep. Dios des Mortes. I think I said that right. Could be butchering the fuck out of it. I don't know. Don't mean no disrespect.
And Renee's right. Look out. If you become a member, Chili can get you too.
So, yeah, let me tell you something. Chili is deathly afraid because he didn't have me blocked until I brought up him sending me that porn. Then he blocked me. Nothing else went through. And that ain't the first time. It's not anytime any of that gets brought up. So listen, if any of you are able to get in his chat and over there, since he doesn't allow me to ask him about it, you guys maybe could ask him. See what happens if you ask him in the chat about the gay porn that they sent me. You
know what's really funny is he spends like 2 minutes saying, "Now mods, don't block anybody. We're not blocking anybody. Everybody's out. We're not taking away any messages." And then within a few minutes, he's like, "Well, we got to block some people." He can't make up his mind.
This was also the last time that he was going to talk about the trolls. This is the last time again. The last time. Well, what happened to your friend there, APO? Where'd Joe Cool go? How come he ain't wanted to play?
No, that's Dave Hall is the one that's talking to you, saying that we have been to the moon.
Oh, well, come on the thing, man. Does he need a link again?
I don't know if he can get one. Like I said, he's at work. I don't know. You'll probably just have to talk to him through the chat.
If I use GPS for navigation, do I use geographic positioning system for navigation? Yes, I do use geographic positioning system for navigation. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes I use a map and a compass, depending on where I'm at. If I'm way out in the wilderness, I use topographical maps and a lensatic compass. Shoot ass.
Well, the GPS works by triangulation. It would work the same on a flat surface as it would on a globe. It really doesn't make any difference. I know they call it the global positioning system, but usually the phones run off cell towers. It has nothing to do with satellites. It's 3 different cell towers can pinpoint your location. It's triangulation.
Yeah. It's they've done that with radio. That's how they used to be able to find home in on, like back when the CBs was the big craze. You remember that?
Right.
And somebody would have like a too powerful of a unit or some shit like that. They'd find the dude's address just by triangulating his signal. You know, it's the same thing. They would home in on the thing. Go there. There's a big fucking antenna on the house. It's the place. Boom. Got it.
Another new member, sir.
Another new member, Max 420. In honor of my 2 new members, we're gonna do it to ourselves. Playboys. Playboy. I'm not sure what the count is right now, but I believe we've got like 7 or 8 members in the Penguin Army.
Mr. B thinks I've been misinformed about GPS.
Oh, maybe you've been misinformed about GPS. I used to work in the Signal Corps in the Army. I know about triangulation and signals. We used to triangulate signals all the time.
She had working GPS before she had a working cell phone here. Yes, not everything works off cell towers. It does now, but what I'm trying to explain is you never needed satellites in space to find your position on Earth. We've never needed that. Ship captains did it by triangulation of stars and land masses. Any 3 points that you can measure to, then you'll know exactly where you are.
If you think your telephone is communicating with a little garbage can sized fucking thing flying around out in space, no, not a bit. I used to live in the Mojave Desert. Clear skies, open land, no blockage. Guess what? No cell signal, no satellite signal. You know why? Because it's not a powerful enough transmitter to reach the nearest tower. That's why. The ones they call satellite phones, those are cell phones that will give you brain cancer faster because they work on a more powerful frequency. That's all. They're able to reach tower relays that are that your normal cell phones are not going to reach. That's just how that is. Global positioning system. It's not that. It's a geographic positioning system. And hell, we used to home in on enemy radar just by triangulating their signal. Because in order for radar to work, it has to put out a signal, right? And all you have to do is you just find from this location where you pick it up the strongest. This guy over here, he's picking up where it's the strongest. And you just shoot an azimuth, boom, it's there. That's exactly what they do off these towers. And that's how it finds you. Real quick.
But some people will never be convinced that it's not done by satellites. They'll never listen, no matter what. They won't listen to that.
There is no satellites. If anybody show me a picture of a fucking satellite, an actual satellite in space, I can show you some with balloons hooked to them that have crashed in like people's yards and shit. They do have satelloons. You know who the biggest consumer of helium in the world is?
Google.
NASA.
Well,
they launched.
The only reason I said that was you mentioned the balloons, and I remember I remember seeing a video of Google talking about launching balloons.
Oh no, man, and that's another category on that app too. Lisa, if you do go and look it up, it's by Blue Water Bay. Be careful, there's some imposter ones and they suck. This is a Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, Zodiac Clock app, and it's by Blue Water Bay. But that's another one. And the satelloons, man, there's some videos of that shit where people are like, what the fuck? And there's this thing landing like in their yard with this huge fucking balloon deflated hanging off of it. They've got balloons as big, and I've got another video of a woman who talks, and we'll be able to do a lot more video without fucking up the quality as soon as I get all this upgrading done. But as big as the Astrodome, if you can imagine. And those things are like way up by the fucking stratosphere. They're out of like almost transparent, translucent material, and carrying around heavy fucking shit. They stay up there for months. And they talk
Mr.
to
B would like to know if you want to know why NASA uses so much helium.
Yeah, I already know why they use so much helium, because they launch more balloons than anyone else in the world. And a lot of them go out from Antarctica. Absolutely. I do know that. Yes, there are, satelloons. Satelloons, that's what we call them, satelloons. But 99% of world data transmission and communication is through undersea cables. And that's an actual fact. There are huge cables running between.
They even have ships made just to lay them. I watched one of those videos. Those ships are amazing, man, what they do and how they lay that cable. That is an interesting watch.
Yep. What is it? The Bermuda Triangles, where the rockets land when they launch out of Florida. That's why they scare people away from going there. Yeah, I think so too. That seems to be the right vector that they go, because they always go up and you see them arc over and then they're out of sight. And the next thing they come on TV and go, oh, look at us. We're in space. You can tell because of all the hairspray. Have you seen some of them broads with their hair? And it's like, it's hairsprayed like that. So it looks like they're in weightless, because it doesn't even it just moves like straight with their head. And it would behave more like kind of how it does underwater. You turn your head and the hair would kind of twist and then follow. Not, if it was an actual 0G, but they hairspray their hair up like that. And they're like, oh, look, see, this is real. You just see the fucking harnesses on them. They always do a somersault frontwards or a backward somersault. I want to see one do a cartwheel. Can't. Harnesses in the way. Also, there's another one I seen. The two astronauts are there talking, and you see one float by in the background, and you can clearly see him hanging from a fucking cable and harness. They didn't green screen it out. It fucked up. It's none of that's real. People like to believe. The only thing that NASA has ever sent to space is your imagination, and that's the reality of that. And there again, that's part of that brainwashing programming. And you can look at how innocuous it is. The teachers aren't in on it. Teachers were taught the same way they're teaching the kids. We got the programs programming the robots, man. And then they'll grow up and program more robots. It's really quite ingenious the way they have it working. But I mean, you can actually think back, and if any of you can remember your preschool class, or maybe your kindergarten class, I'm sure you'll remember there was a globe in that classroom. Why? Were they going to teach you geography in kindergarten? Was they going to really? After blocks, we're going to learn about the difference between North Korea and South Korea. Really? No. What was that in there? It was so you'd go up and fuck with it, and then say, what is this? Oh, that's where you live. This is Earth. And you're going to go, yeah. There's an elf that brings me presents every year too, and you're 5. You're going to believe shit that adults tell you. You don't really question it. I questioned it. I was like, how come the fuck if it's spinning, you don't fly off? I never could get around that, man. And they were like, oh, because it causes gravity. And I'm like, no, man, I don't see how a centrifugal force can create an opposite effect. That's stupid.
Well, just to ask a question, if something of greater mass automatically has gravity, right? I mean, I'm assuming from the space model, this is how it works. Something more massive has more pull than something less massive, but all mass has a pull. It would have to if gravity is true, right? So what I'm curious about is when the leaves fall off a tree, how come they don't fall necessarily toward the big rock laying under them? They just fall straight down. If more massive things attract less massive things, then how come we don't see that attraction like right here while we're watching? We're
Why
told
is
that
it,
it
why
happens
is
through
it,
space, but I mean, where do we visibly see it?
how come the biggest table or the biggest piece of furniture in my house doesn't collect the majority of the dust?
Right? Yeah,
How come, how
simple
come none of
questions
the
like that.
how come none of the dust start orbiting a fucking table or something? You see where we go with this? And it's because it's fucking made up imaginary bullshit. That's why it is. And it absolutely is. But because people that you've been trained to esteem as important and lofty said it, you're going to believe it. You're not going to do any research on it yourself. You're just going to go, oh, there's people that are smarter than me that figured that out already. So that's just how shit is.
But
They're
as
nailing
as
it tune of $67 million a day for NASA so you can get fucking cartoon pictures of the bottom of a frying pan and they tell you it's a fucking planet.
I think sometimes on both sides of the aisle of any of these arguments, whether it's flat Earth or subliminal messaging or 9/11, whatever it is, I think too much that people have kind of an emotional reaction to it, and they would rather look at the other side as stupid and uneducated. What they
Well, they've
fail to
trained you.
understand is maybe that person isn't as stupid as you think. Maybe they have a reason for believing what they believe, and maybe you should check out that reason. Doesn't mean you have to believe it. Just know where they're coming from so that you won't have to feel like they're too stupid to understand how to tie their shoes, because obviously they do that just fine every day. Just because they believe a certain thing doesn't make them more stupid than anyone else, is what I'm trying to say.
I'm agreeing with Mr. B here that gravitational force, I call it electrostatic, incoherent electrostatic acceleration, but that it is a weak force. Yes, more of an attraction rather than a force, much kind of like how static works. It determines the vector. It determines the direction of sink as a result of two Gaussian surfaces. So yes, I agree that it's a weak force. This would also indicate that the Earth is not spinning at all, because that weak force would not be able to retain billions of gallons of water spinning at 1,054 miles an hour at the equator. It's just not happening. So it's not moving.
Spinning against a near perfect vacuum.
There's another one. How could you possibly have an atmosphere within a vacuum without containment? That's the second law of thermodynamics. It's unbreakable. You can't have it. So that's there. It's flat and it's enclosed, man. It has to be. Otherwise, there's no gas pressure system without enclosure.
Hey, Sav, I think Mr. B wants to come up on panel.
All right.
He wants to argue with you, sir. Here it comes.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it.
I figured you'd light a fire or two tonight.
Oh yeah, it's not a problem. Not a problem. See, what people are calling gravity, you see, now he said it was a weak force, and I agree. It's not so much of a force as it is an attraction. Everything else is dependent upon the buoyancy and density of the medium in which it's immersed. And in this instant right here where I'm at, it's the atmosphere, it's air. But if I go into a pool, now what happens? I can go into a pool that's deeper than I am tall, and I don't go all the way to the bottom. Why? Why is it hard for me to stay down to the bottom? Why is this gravity that's holding millions and millions and millions of tons of water against a 1,054 mile an hour spin? It should be dragging me all the way to the bottom. A force like that, a force that can counter that centrifugal force would be great. In fact, you wouldn't even be able to walk. So now we come into the idea that if there is such a thing as gravity, it's selective. Because here it's holding the air, but all I have to do is capture some of that air, raise its temperature a small amount, and what happens to it? It rises.
Mr. B, that link was in the chat. Did you see it out there? Are you
Put it
coming
in
up?
there. See, there it is again.
There you go,
You go-
Mr. B. There's the link.
And Austin, you can come up too. I put it in there twice. 3 times now, I think. 4 times. Fuck it.
I was just calling
20.
attention to make sure they know.
20.
20. That's right. 20 years. 20 years you've been putting
20
that
years,
link in the
20
chat.
years I've been putting that link in for 20 times. Right, sweetheart? There's my little sweetie. Come on over here and say hi to everybody. It's that they can't see.
Oh, it
you.
actually is her. I thought you were talking to one of the dogs there for a minute.
So what? You're in your pajamas. Big freaking deal. There's
Oh, it
Logan.
actually is her. I thought you were talking to one of the dogs.
There we go.
There's
Whoa,
Mr. Logan.
Hello, Mr. Logan.
Hey, what's up?
Not a whole lot. Look at this guy's like my brother from another mother.
And I got the white beard.
Yeah.
Hey, Sovereign, Lisa's asking why we weigh less at higher altitudes. I don't know that we do. I know
I
that
don't
they
either.
say that, but I don't know that we do.
Well, then when you pin them down on it, they say that the amount is negligible, and I'm like, well, that could be even in flaws of the scale. I don't know that you weigh any less at a higher altitude. It's not because you're farther from the Earth.
Do you really care? Because when you hit the ground, it's just going to suck.
Right. Yeah, it's never the fall. It's always that sudden stop at the bottom that
Exactly.
Gets you, for sure.
Now, if the atmosphere had, say, the viscosity of maple syrup, that'd actually be kind of fun.
Hey, even Ironton Auditor would skydive if the air were like that.
You go nice and slow. You go nice.
Oh, shit. You just invoked Rule 34.
What's that?
Rule 30. You don't know that. Rule 34 is an internet rule.
Oh,
if it exists, there will be porn of it. And you just talked about syrup. Google it. I bet you will find syrup-laden girls.
Oh, Logan, listen, you just ask APO and Ironton Auditor if it's a good idea to let me start Googling shit.
No.
Okay, you know what? You and I need to go out to fucking lunch with a laptop and go, oh, shit. This is going to
That's still a bad idea.
We Googled Nazi clown porn the other night. See if we could find
You're not allowed to say Nazi on YouTube. That is the other N word you're not allowed to say. It gives the algorithm apoplectic fits. You do not get to talk about the N word from 1930s Germany National Socialist Party. Just don't.
Hey, Sovereign, Laura Rader's asking you a question there. Not the bottom one, but the one up from it.
The oxygen we breathe in and out does this thing, keeps it in place, if not gravity. Did he say enclosure? What enclosure? There's the firmament, whatever, the ceiling, the positive Gaussian plate that's over top of us. That impenetrable barrier that is the main reason that we've never been able to get to the moon or up into space, as we call it, that doesn't really exist. That's what I'm saying.
See, Laura Rader, I think the biggest problem you're having is in Sovereign's idea in mind of a flat Earth, there is no such thing as outer space. We are in an enclosure. There is no outer space. There is no infinite space. So that's where the confusion comes in a lot when people try to understand what a flat Earth model is. It becomes almost impossible because they think of this flat plate spinning through the endless vastness of space, and that's not how most of them view it.
This is why I love Sovereign Soul and Changed Mind. I really do. He does not agree with me on flat Earth or round Earth, but he's still cool as shit.
No, I'd say Laura. She says live with him.
Here, let me turn my camera off. I don't want to get you screwed with YouTube.
So I don't know. Yeah, what's outside of that? I don't know. Nobody does.
Oh, that's gonna suck.
That's the reality of it. You know, in scientism, it's always, we know everything, and no, they don't. They don't know.
Did you just say scientism?
Yes.
What is that?
Okay, scientism is like, it's actually not science, but under the guise of science, where there's use of speculation, theories, and imagination to make up fact.
Was that also called pseudoscience back in the day?
Yeah, but now it's called NASA and astrophysics.
I like NASA, so be nice to them.
No,
They spend a shitload of money.
NASA's a Hebrew word for deceit. Did you know that?
This is why I love you, bro, because we do not need to get into this argument.
Lisa's asking if all flat earthers say there is a dome, no space, no moon. No, unfortunately, Lisa, all flat earthers do not agree on that. I was just telling you where Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind himself comes from. There's other agencies and organizations and groups of people that have all kinds of weird, crazy, outlandish theories. They're easy to prove wrong, and they're nuts. So that's the best I can do for you.
Now, I can take a string of events and be able to, as they often do, a hypothesis. If you look at the progression of what happened from Operation High Jump on up to the creation of NASA, it's very telling. It's very, very telling. Okay, so Operation High Jump was where they was given that name because they got down to Antarctica, and it's so high. The cliff is between 150 to 200 feet average.
Okay, I see where this is going. Laura Rader, do you have any proof that we are not living in the Truman Show?
And what? What's she think? The Truman Show. Yeah.
She was asking if you believe we live inside of a really big soundstage, kind of like the Truman Show, and I had even typed in there, it's closer to the explanation of what goes on in your mind, I think, with the flat earth.
Well, even in the name of that movie, look at what it's called, The True Man Show. They're all the time throwing it in your face, man. And where did Christoph control everything from? Where was he at? He was in the moon, wasn't he? Yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying, it's I look at, you had Operation High Jump, and after that came Operation Dominic, which of course means of the Lord. And under that, they used Operation Fishbowl. So you look at a fishbowl of the Lord, and they were actually putting high yield nukes into the atmosphere, trying to bust through the firmament.
Hey, Sovereign,
the creation
you really do not want to give a low-ranking guy in the federal government the permission to name a fucking operation.
Well, it wasn't a low-level guy that named it. It was pretty high level, really, and they're pretty indicative of what the operation was, but still innocuous enough to not draw public suspicion.
Well, you know, the guys that they say, here, you're going to go name this, they're like, I really hate you. You're my boss, and I'm going to fuck you up as much as I can, and they're going to name it like Operation Desert Storm.
Lisa's asking where the proof is. She said, so where's the truth? How is it proven? Here's the problem, Lisa. If you were to become a flat earther, if you were to all of a sudden decide you had came to that kind of knowledge, there's not going to be any one absolute proof that's going to prove it to you beyond the shadow of a doubt. It's going to be a combination of a lot of different information and ideas that may or may not bring you to that point.
I'm going to just turn it around, Lisa. How is it proven that you're on a globe in space? Show me the actual proof, because there isn't any. There's no actual photographs of the Earth from space.
Mr. B said he had a photograph of an actual satellite. I remember him putting that in the chat earlier.
That's
what he
space.
said.
No, that's
not what he said, I believe.
That's not what I said. Can you hear me?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got you, Mr. B. Sorry about that, man.
How's my volume?
It's good. Put your face up on there, boy.
I don't have a camera. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Mr. B, if you can turn up one more notch, you would be real 5x5.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, I just saw a video today where they made a world record long distance shot. I think it was 4 miles, and the Coriolis effect was not calculated in.
I can't figure out how to turn up the volume. This is new to me. I haven't
Let me see if I can do it from my end, Mr. B. I might be able to do it here. Let's see. I'm going to edit mic settings, and then I'm going to take you and Try it now.
How am I coming through?
Is that better?
Better.
You're coming through fine to me, sir. I can hear you fine.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Sovereign. So is there a short name that I can use for you?
Yeah, just call me Sovereign. That's fine.
Okay, Sovereign. Okay. All right. So I've seen Logan before, and everyone else I'm not familiar with. But, I've had a career in aerospace, working not directly for NASA, but for the contractors, Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas, firms like that. And I've worked in everything from Atlas, Titan, Delta, Space Shuttle, X-33, various satellite programs.
I have no doubt.
National Reconnaissance Office. So I have a lot of experience to this. And what I wanted to address is the helium issue. There's just too much to talk about to address all of it.
Well, I know a certain amount of it is used as a coolant. I know that. But no, it is a matter of record. In fact, on this app, there's several videos about that, about the amount of balloons that are launched from, among most places. There's from Antarctica as well as other places as well. Another really good one with an interview with somebody that actually works for NASA. And it was a part of a documentary where they were showing how they make these monstrous balloons, man. I mean, like I was talking earlier, like the size of the Astrodome. And they got that shit up there, and it's so high up, you don't see it at that distance, especially the material it's made out of. So,
well, that's true. What you said is a fact that they do launch weather balloons. But are you aware of the other uses of helium and why it is so important to spaceflight?
Well, clowns, since I think NASA has a lot of clowns there, they probably use a lot of helium for that. I'm just fucking with you, man. No, tell us some of the other uses that they use. That's
you fucking went there before I did.
Well,
clowns, yeah.
We've all seen the pictures of the space shuttle launching and those main engines lighting off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
dude, I'm 35 miles away from JPL. I get this shit all day, every day.
Okay. So, and that's not something that's up for debate, because any person can go out and watch that with binoculars and see, yeah, there's a main engine.
Oh, yeah.
So we are launching, in this case, space shuttles with the 3 main engines in there. So they use liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And the seals in the high pressure and low pressure pumps are not like seals like for a wheel bearing in a car, where you can put an elastomer plastic in there to seal it.
Scientific terms, it's like if you can't put goop in there, it's not going to work.
Well, there's very few goops that you can put in there that would be compatible with liquid oxygen. And
I get it, and that's why you have a PhD. I'm just a redneck.
I don't have a PhD. I think you understand, Logan. I'm trying to explain it to Sovereign.
Yeah, you're
anyhow, we have
metals. A bunch of rednecks who like, yeah, we know how to fucking beat it into submission.
We have metal seals that have just a very small space, and they have hot oxygen and hydrogen that come off the pre-burners. That
Wait. Oxygen and hydrogen are not supposed to be mixed together, are they?
They are not until it gets to the engine, and that's why we use helium to purge those seals.
I've got a certification in hazmat, and I was always told oxygen and hydrogen are not supposed to be mixed.
Well, they're mixed in water, so
that's what I was just thinking. And also you have peroxide is H2O2. And if you leave hydrogen peroxide, ultraviolet will cause the extra oxygen to release, and it will end up becoming water. That's why hydrogen peroxide comes in brown bottles.
Hydrogen peroxide is fucking rocket fuel. It's got an extra molecule of oxygen, and yes, it burns very bright.
Those are very highly concentrated hydrogen peroxides. Anyhow, if I can make my point about the helium use, NASA uses a tremendous quantity of that for environmental purging on the engines, anywhere that you have liquid hydrogen, and you want to keep the atmosphere away from it. You have to use a helium purge. If you use nitrogen, let me finish. If you use nitrogen, it would liquefy, and sometimes the liquid oxygen would come out of the air before the nitrogen and create an explosive environment. So we use a ton of helium. Now, when you see that space shuttle launch, those engines have been fired many, many, many times on test stands. So just to get to there, they use a tremendous amount of helium on all those test stands for those purges.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about. How much?
I don't know the exact.
That's been taken into account. That's
looking at metric tons of helium.
I can tell you. I know
that's been taken into account, and it only accounts. All that has been taken into account. I know that
it hasn't been.
It has in that whole thing about.
I've never seen anyone mention environmental purges for the engines.
What they're talking about outside of what they use for the rockets and the cooling and those purposes and shit. This is the amount that they use.
Hey, look.
Well,
launching someone out of Earth's orbit is going to be a complicated task.
Well, yeah, especially since it's not ever going to happen.
And guess what? Have you ever seen an F-4 Phantom, that fighter jet?
Yep.
That is absolutely 100% proof. If you give a brick big enough engine, they'll fucking fly.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, absolutely. But you're only going to get
the wings are all up and everything.
Right, but there again, now what you run into is with the aircraft. This is why I have a problem with the NASA helicopter. Okay,
NASA has a helicopter.
Yeah, they sent it to Mars and they were flying it around.
No. Hey, look, I retired in 2016. Okay, last I heard was it was Homeland Security that had all the black helicopters.
Oh no, this is just a little remote controlled drone helicopter that they sent up on some kind of a ship. Now, here's first off.
What, did they hire a 14-year-old to fucking sit in his bedroom and go, "Here, I can."
Right. Well, that's what how do you do that and compensate for the delay? That would be the challenge, you see. But what gets me is the fact that how did they even get a rotary wing aircraft to work on Mars?
Does it have an atmosphere?
Only 1 to 6% of that of Earth.
Okay. Do we know what it is?
1 to 6%, which is not enough to attain lift with a rotary wing aircraft. That's why rotary wing aircraft can only attain a certain altitude. Once the air starts getting too thin, they can't attain any more lift. And they start
true. Fixed wing aircraft
they keep throwing in really cool looking scientific Humvees to go walk across.
Well, here's another thing that won't work that they apparently used. Okay. That won't work in that atmosphere, and that's a parachute. This is why if they had a parachute that could deploy at that kind of an altitude,
you know what? I'm willing to bet I know a fucking cousin who's going to take that bet and go, nope, I can parachute into Mars.
I mean, those are some stuff, but the big glaring thing that gets to me is the fact that they're messing around with this Orion project so that we can go back to the moon. This is what we're told. And what they're doing is they're going to run some test flights to see if they can get through the Van Allen radiation belt without harming the sensitive electronics or the occupants of the vehicle as it goes through the Van Allen radiation belt. And I'm like, okay, first off, didn't we do this in 1969 already and everything was fine? Okay, first off.
But the electronic circuits have changed a lot.
Well, okay, all right, great. Don't you got to go past the fucking moon to go to Mars?
Boy, you guys do not want to hear my fucking crazy.
No, you don't, because
you're all wrong. And no, we've been occupying the moon for a long time. We're just on the backside of the moon, and we're trying to, hop over to fucking Mars, and we're getting fucking cock-blocked by goddamn Congress because we need money. We can build it; it will come.
Yeah, nobody's going to go to the moon. In fact, I don't even think the moon is something the moon's not a place, man. It's not a place you can go. It's not 237 fucking thousand miles away. None of that. The reason the moon and the sun appear to be the same size and during an eclipse even is because, well, they are the same size and the same distance. This is just, I mean, think about this. This is the explanation in the helio-nonsensical model. They said it just so happens that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, and that the sun is actually 400 times further away than the moon. And therefore, it appears to be
Sovereign.
Oh, yeah. Let's
got
go
it.
buy lottery tickets.
Physics.
Let's go buy lottery tickets because that's some fucking coincidence to me.
Buying lottery tickets would probably be better than me going into a physics class where I got a D. I don't know. Don't care.
Can I address Arnton Auditor?
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm just gonna stop my camera for a minute.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, he had the question. Can you see a satellite in orbit? And
You talking about me?
No, Arnton Auditor had that question.
I am Arnton Auditor. I never asked if you could see a satellite. That's
What
not
was
a
your question?
I asked.
What was your question?
I'm not sure. I ask many. I'm the devil's advocate here. I'm the co-host. I don't necessarily.
You're not the devil's advocate. I'm the devil's advocate.
Someone said, "Show me a satellite that you can see."
I said, "Show me a photograph of a satellite in space, an actual photograph." Now, 1 second before we get to that, I want to ask you something about that space shuttle thing because that's some crazy shit that I've seen with that too.
You know what's going to be so hard about pulling up photographs of satellites? There's so goddamn many of them.
Oh, there's not.
Yes,
I can show you. I can do it right now. Go on Google and plug that fucking shit in. Go under images. They're all goddamn cartoons.
I have a better idea than showing you a photograph.
Okay.
You can go out tomorrow night and you can go and find, go on the internet and find a program that will show you where the International Space Station is going to be.
I got that in an app on my phone.
At any particular time, and you can go out and see it with a pair of binoculars. It's not a photograph you got off the net. It's you seeing it with your own eyes.
Oh, okay. Let me tell you. So let me ask you.
You guys see this? This is a little handheld 5-watt ham radio. Guess who I get to talk to?
Anybody you want?
The space station.
The International Space Station.
You can actually broadcast to them, or you're just listening to them?
It's mostly listening. They don't start broadcasting back unless it's like the public service, public.
There have been ham radio. There have been ham radio programs where people have talked to them. I've sat next to a guy in his house where he's communicated with the astronauts. In fact, he was personal friends with them.
I'm in a Lamborghini going 130 miles an hour down the highway.
Well, you can tell me I'm lying if
no, I'm not telling you. I'm sure you heard that. I'm sure you believe that. But did you actually? Is it at all possible? Is it at all possible that broadcast is actually coming from someplace here on Earth?
That is possible.
Hang on.
Improbable. And when you add that up with all the other possible but improbable data,
it's more improbable. It's more improbable that you're talking to a tin can 270 miles away that's traveling at 17,000 miles an hour.
My blood pressure is going up. Let's go.
Line of sight.
Let's go back to
line of sight.
Seeing a satellite. So you can go out there and see the space station in orbit. So what is your response to that?
There again, that's okay. Go ahead and finish, and
what's your response to? And by the way, you can also see probably multiple dozens of other satellites going through the sky. Also, there's many of them that you can see.
Damn, you never see that from the space station, though. That's crazy. But here's what gets me.
I don't care about the space station. I'm talking about you. You can go outside if you want to. If you want to open your mind up to knowledge, you can go out there and see this.
What do you mean open my mind up? I used to believe this horse shit until I checked, until I started thinking.
All right,
hold on, just listen.
I'm listening.
Okay, now, you know how big a 747 is? It's a 757. It's a big ass
Sure.
airliner, right?
Sure.
I
That's
used to
about
work
the
at LAX. Yes, I know how big a 747 is.
That's approximately the same size as the space station. The space station is about the same size as a jumbo jet.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Now, if you ever you look up and see if you can see it, one of these aircraft at 35 or 40,000 feet, right? And
Hang on. I don't mean with the naked eye.
Hold on a second. I'm even saying with binoculars, because we're going to go into that. We're talking about a seriously much more further
Let him
distance.
finish.
We're talking about a longer distance now, and with the use of binoculars. Okay. So now you could bring that aircraft in with your binoculars. It would still be rather small, but you would be able to see it. All right. Now let's move that aircraft 270 miles away. 270 miles. Do you think you could still see that? Of course not. Not even with the binoculars. You can't see 250 miles with a fucking pair of binoculars. There's no way.
I can see hundreds of light years with my naked eye.
No, there's no the light years. There's distances don't even fucking exist. That's ridiculous. I can dispel the speed of light right now.
What?
I can dispel the speed of light right now, right here, right now.
All right, you
I'm
confuse
enjoying
me.
the fuck out of this
That's
shit.
unintelligible.
No, it's not unintelligible at all. All right, here it is. So the sun, right? The sun is supposedly 8.5 light minutes away from the earth. Okay. That's a light minute.
Oh, PayPal me is back. Be nice.
Now we have to move it 1 light hour. Okay. Suppose we move it out. What would we need? 8 times what? Seven times the distance, roughly, in order for it to be 1 light hour away. 7 times the distance. Now, how big would the sun would be? Right now, it's supposedly 836,000 miles in diameter, and it's about the size of a nickel if you hold it up. Okay. And then what happens now? Now we've moved it 1 light hour. Now, how small is it? Now, how many hours are there in a year? All right. Now, what I'm getting at with that is that these fantastical distances that they try to give us are nonsense. Okay, they are nonsense, absolute 100% nonsense with no validity, nothing except their say so up.
Well, then what's the validity of a tape measure?
What do you mean? What's the delivery? That's an actual physical object.
You're going to go build a shed and you want to cut wood 96 inches long. Yeah. You're going to use a tape measure. What's the validity of your tape measure?
Well, all right. So you tell me this. That is using one object to judge the distance of another object. Isn't that correct? I'm using the tape measure.
Yeah, it's a reference. It's a reference.
Right. So when you've got objects that are in an area where there's nothing else for you to give it reference to, in other words, you have no given size, you have no given distance. How do you measure either one of those things? You have to have a concrete idea of what one of those distances is or one of those sizes in order to be able to calculate any of the rest of the shit.
We can't stretch a tape measure to the moon. You're right about that. But they use what's called laser interferometry for that.
Dude, they were telling us 237,000 fucking miles before they even had a laser. Get out of here with that shit. And they don't use a laser. They bounce it off the firmament. Dude, the moon is not a place. It's just a light. It's a fucking light, just like the sun. It's the antithesis of the sun. The sun puts out a positive energy. The moon puts out a negative energy. It's just a polarity is all, the same as the earth is. We're negative here. We're positive here. We're on a big ass battery that tells time. I mean, now my thing about the speed of light, I'm sorry, I get a little bit passionate. I'm not being mean or nothing, but the speed of light thing. So let's say I move you 10 light seconds away from me. That's still a long distance, right?
Hey, Sarv, can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
You're going off in a direction that
Well, this is you're going to like this. You're going to like this.
I'm not familiar with them. What I am familiar with intimately.
All right. Well, what I'm getting at is this right here. Is
the space shuttle system, satellites,
all right.
rockets.
I'm going to go right back to that. I'm going to go right back
to that. Questions about that maybe I can shed some light on you. I'm not going to change your mind. I know that.
Right.
Because it's a belief system.
What I've got going, hold on. I will get into that. I want to get into the space shuttle because I found some really strange shit with this, but I think this is a really interesting thought experiment. And think about this. We're told that the speed of light is the galactic speed limit, right? In other words, nothing can travel faster than the speed of light. And so let's suppose you and I are standing, 5 light seconds away from each other. And we have a big long stick. And you're holding one end of it and I'm holding the other end of it. And that thing is 5 light seconds long. When I jerk my end of the stick, are you going to feel it immediately or is it going to take 5 seconds for you to feel it get pulled?
Well, if you get into the theory of quantum entanglement, and you probably don't want to go there.
Well, there would be no reason to, because the obvious answer is that you would feel
those forces are felt immediately. And that's why it's a big hole in the study of physics right now.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying is a lot of times we take these things for granted. But you said you wanted to talk about the shuttle. Okay, here's some.
Well, wait a minute. Let me back up. I mean, your other stuff is interesting. It's just that I kind of jumped on here. I have a massive headache.
Oh, I got you, man.
I don't.
Hey, Jay,
I'm not really good at thinking.
Hey, I'll tell you what. I would love to have you back because I'll be able to have some video.
Yeah, all right.
I'll be able to have some video that I have in question, about why does the space shuttle bounce before it takes off? Why doesn't that force that's being exuded by those engines that are way worse than any of the hurricanes that have ever happened not blow the shit out of all the railing and the buildings and stuff around where it's blasted?
It does blow the shit out.
Railings are still right there. You see the railings are still right there.
Can I explain to you?
Yeah.
Can I answer it?
Sure.
I was there for the first space shuttle launch. And when we went out after we launched, there was shit blown all over the place. We had a camera that was blown through the perimeter fence. We had pneumatic purge cabinets that were flattened. We had bricks that came out of the flame trench and went flying all over the place. And you learn how to harden and strengthen structures to put up with that type of
you'd figure
the motion that you're talking about, that's called the twang. Is that what you're referring to?
No, I'm talking about the thing. It sits there and goes like this. It goes boom, boom.
Yeah,
well, it's because of the big orange helium balloon that they hooked to. That's why the thing rolls over on with the.
Wait a minute. Are you saying the external tank is a helium balloon?
Yes.
Okay, so I've been inside that tank, and my job was
load a tank like that. The one that I've seen falling is not falling at the rate of speed that a steel tank.
Are you talking about space shuttle?
I'm talking about the shuttle, that orange tank that they have.
Okay, I've been inside that orange tank, and by the way, they weren't always orange; they used to be white. And I've been inside that tank, and one of my jobs was loading those tanks with liquid oxygen, and then we had another crew that would load them with liquid hydrogen. And they are not helium balloons.
They sure do fall like one.
Fuck, you're quick. Be right down.
In fact, they floated. I've seen it from some aircraft, and a piece of paper flew by. That's how slow it was.
If you really think that those are helium balloons, I don't think you're going to get any value out of talking with me.
Okay, well, that's fine.
If you really honestly feel that that's a helium balloon.
Yeah, not the shuttle part itself, just that orange part. It's rocket-assisted balloon.
And that orange part is a structural part that connects those powerful solid rocket boosters to the orbiter itself. And it has to be tremendously strong. A balloon would never have the strength to do that. Now, we do have tanks on Atlas that act like balloons. And if you lose pressure in them, they'll collapse. We had to throw an Atlas rocket away because they lost a pressurization purge on it, and it collapsed like a balloon.
Do they float back?
We had to throw the rocket away.
Do they float back to Earth like the one I saw? The one I saw was floating back down, And this was taken from an aerial view, an airplane watching the fucking thing, filming it. And it was dropping down. It might have been even from the shuttle itself. And you see a piece of paper blow by. That's how slow the thing is going.
But
It's
see,
not like
you're
it's
taking
curving
one little thing that you saw.
No, that's one of many things that I've saw. That's one of many things. I don't just take one thing. Listen, I've got a library of videos that we're going to be doing a show on this shit. I've got a library of stuff. I can show you supposed spacewalks, and when you freeze frame it and look at the astronaut's visor, you can clearly see a scuba diver in the reflection. I can show you a satellite supposedly being launched from the space shuttle, but some idiot behind the model got his face in the middle of the.
Like Trib and Lemmy.
This stuff was.
What
I
up,
mean,
bro?
I'll show you hundreds and hundreds of green
Come on,
screen
bro.
clips on the space station.
Hey, Logan. Hey,
They
Logan,
do-
mute your
They
mic.
do. NASA does do modeling.
Yeah, I'm the guy from the
They green screen all that shit.
They NASA
Hey,
probably
Sovereign,
has-
mute Logan's mic.
Hey,
Mute his mic.
Sob,
we
can I
can't
ask
hear
you-
anything
can I
over
ask
that.
you a
Mute
question?
Logan's mic.
Sob,
Right, we can't hear anything over all the noise he's making. Please mute his mic so we can hear you,
Oh,
Mr. B.
twinkling bags.
Sob, can I ask you a question? You said you used to believe, but now you don't. What made you change your mind?
I actually went in and tried to debunk flat Earth and did it with an open mind. And I found that there was a lot of things lacking in what I assumed to be true, including, like I was saying, even up to and including the calculation for how they figured the distance of the sun was fraught with assumptions. And they still go by it. And if you build things off of assumptions, then you still only have assumptions. I've also, over the evidence of the faking that takes place through NASA and other space agencies. I mean, depending on what country goes up, that's what color the land or whatever is determined by them. And it's all different. You can choose your cartoon Earth to live on. The green screen glitches on the space station. I've actually seen a rocket deflate on the launch pad and fall over. Holographic green screen glitches on rockets that have supposedly taken off. There's a whole bunch of shit. I mean, even up to and including the Apollo mission. I just want to show you all something real quick. Here's just, you'll enjoy this, Mr. B. You'll enjoy this. This is cool. This is from Gemini. Hold on one sec. This is from Gemini. Okay. This is from Gemini. And I'll stop it here. It's only for a second. Do I play this? This is Ed White's spacewalk. Watch this. Oh, what was wrong with that, Mr. B?
I didn't see it.
Okay, hang on.
It looks like he's detached. Are you talking
All right.
about being detached?
Get along really great.
Watch him careful. Watch him careful. Watch what he does.
I'm pretty sure he's decided that he does not need to call me in as a moderator.
Do you see that?
No,
Now,
I don't know
this
what
is
you're saying.
Southern Soul, Unchained Mind.
He's wearing.
Pretty sure he's
I'm gonna
made
come
the
up.
decision that he does not need to call
He's
me.
wearing a space helmet, right? A NASA suit, and he just turns his head. He just turns the helmet.
Miss
and all
Mandy has a
back.
fucking YouTube record on how many
Mute
moderators
that
she
mic,
is.
man. Mute the mic.
No, needs to make her a goddamn
Oh, Miss Mandy.
YouTube button. Yeah, you got the moderator on the most channels. That's Miss Manny, and you know what? She's
I don't see her.
great at it.
Hang on, I got to do it over here, anyways. But did you see real quick? Did you see the?
Oh crap!
Did you see how he turned his head with the whole helmet? No, how is that a sealed helmet if he's turning his head that way? That's because this is claymation. This is a stopgap animation. It's not even real. That's why. You've been fooling us with bullshit every day in and day out.
Can I ask a question for Mr. B, Sovereign?
Yes, you may. I'm looking for.
Can you hear me, Mr. B? I think his mic's muted.
Oh, yeah, he is. My bad. Why is it muted? He's got it muted.
Apparently.
Yeah, I can hear
Hey,
you.
Mr. B. Hey, this is Austin. I have a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Is space a vacuum?
It's not a pure vacuum, and it varies with how far up in space you are.
10 to the
Not a
negative
pure vacuum.
17, 10 to the negative 17 torr in the depths of space. On the moon, it's estimated to be 10 to the negative 11 torr.
Okay, so I asked that as a premise to the question. So the question is, when a car drives on the road, what does it use to turn?
No
It
question.
uses the road, right? Some sort of material substance, right? When a submarine turns in the ocean, it uses the water to turn. When a plane flies in the air, it uses the air to turn. How can a rocket change direction in a vacuum? What sort of material does it propel off of in order to change direction if it's inside of a vacuum?
It's called an orbital maneuvering system. It's a series of rockets. We got 2 big ones in the back, and then a couple smaller ones, and then we've got some up at the nose. And it's a propulsion system. It's got a hypergolic propellant. When they combine, they form a hot gas, which is expelled through a nozzle, and because of the preservation of momentum, as that gas escapes at high velocity, there's got to be an equal force pushing the rocket in the opposite direction.
Pushing off of what? A vacuum? I don't. That still.
Yeah, I was going to say, what exactly
That
is
still
it
doesn't.
pushing?
It
What is,
pushes off of, because
you have to
airplanes
have,
push off of.
yeah, you
Airplanes
have
push
to
off
have
of
something
air.
you're pushing
That
off
doesn't
of.
make sense. Yeah, it doesn't. It's a vacuum. There's no.
You're not going to, yeah, what I'm saying is it's like,
It's not that it's pushing off of anything. It's the change in momentum. Momentum has to be preserved.
yeah, but doesn't that require some kind of weight?
Yeah.
Not weight, mass, and there's a difference.
Well, no. Hold on a second.
Oh dear. Here we go.
Hold the fucking
Anyhow, the answer to your question is they have an orbital maneuvering system that uses rockets that have chemical propellants.
If you guys start pulling out frequency numbers to get on your ham radios, I am gonna fucking lose my shit.
Well, I have a.
Did I piss off Logan?
I have a flux.
No, I'm getting bored. Hey, look, you want to hear ham radio frequencies? I got the fucking receiver right here.
Hey, I'll be back, Sovereign. I'm busy right now.
All right, man. Yeah, we'll have to Google Nazi clown porn again. Oh, there's that word again. Fuck him.
I guess I don't get the point, Logan. He asked me a question, I answered it.
No, he's wondering, it doesn't jive in his head like it doesn't jive in mine either. That if there's, I mean, if you're lifting off, you're already.
I'm not throwing shade. I'm asking questions.
It's like when you're, I mean, how are you going to fucking turn? You know, you're going already like this. What are you pushing against in order to get the fucking thing to turn or anything like that?
You're not pushing against anything. It's changing momentum. I mean, go look up the wiki article on rocket propulsion.
Oh, I know.
Explain it better than I can. You're not pushing against it. I mean, rockets, they were designed to operate in a near vacuum.
Okay, I don't know anything about what that was on there. Sorry, this thing came in. Yeah, we're gonna do. I'm gonna do a show on that, on these rockets and the shit, because I've really got a lot of really good material on that. And I know that's what I say is like there's a lot of people. I hear a lot of people. My uncle worked for NASA and he made this, that, and the other. I'm like, yeah, great. Did he go to fucking space? No. Then shut up. I don't care.
I haven't been to space, but I've been here when we closed out the F fuselage and went and loaded it with propellant, launched it, and then I've been out there in the desert when it came back from space.
It went into space. So, how do you know it went into space?
Hey, you know what? If you guys need an expert on lift, thrust, and drag, I was in the Air Force. I know how to do the maths.
Cool. Yeah.
Just saying.
You know, my biggest thing about it as well is that it's like, if all this shit's real, why do they fake everything? And it is clearly fake. It really is. I mean, I've caught the ISS numerous times with green screen glitches. The thing with the hairspray, that's the best that the women do. Wow. That's really bad.
Dude, Sovereign, have you ever heard the tale of the F-111 fighter?
Is that the Thunder? What was that? That the Thunder Chief?
Yeah, and it had a very, very narrow wing edge.
Yeah.
And
That's the shit.
They broke it. And they're like, holy shit, it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. And the fucking maintenance chief, he was a sergeant, he just said, we can go to the hardware store and get a dent repair kit.
Yeah.
Guess what? He revolutionized how you fucking repair a fucking aircraft.
There you go. That was that had that real long fuselage, didn't it?
Yes, it did. And it was seriously, I actually was in touch with somebody who was an airman working on those, and he says, yeah, I walked into one of those wings and I got stitches.
Wow. Let me see if I can get an image.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh yeah, it does that swept wing deal too, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull that up. That's a pretty tight looking aircraft.
Yep, that's it. No, that's the B-1B.
Is it? Oh, well, did I hit the wrong fucking thing? I did.
Yes, you did.
Why is that listing it as an F-111? There it is. Aardvark.
No, that's still another That's another B-1B.
No, that's not. That's not
That's
a
not a
B-1B.
B-1B.
No,
That's not an F-111.
that's what it said.
No.
F-111 Aardvark. How many F-111s they have? The one I'm thinking is the Thunder Chief. Yeah, that's the one. F-111 Aardvark tactical.
Ooh, okay. You know what?
What?
I'm looking at the same freaking picture, and you're looking at picture number 1. I'm looking at picture number 3 because I expected to see it in gray. Can you see picture number 3, 4, 5? Picture number 6 with the afterburners on?
I'm in DuckDuckGo. Let's see, number 6 on mine. Which one is that? This one right here.
Meet the F-111 Aardvark, the U.S. plane, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, those are.
Hey, Sovereign, can I propose an experiment for you back on the rocket engine that you can do yourself?
Mm-hmm.
So go out and get yourself one of those brass, I guess they're plastic now, spray nozzles for a garden hose.
Mm-hmm.
And tie your garden hose up so it's like hanging vertically on a string, and then kind of like so it can
You would
operate.
have to do that in a vacuum chamber to make that a legitimate experiment. You would have to do that in a vacuum chamber.
Let me finish. You can calculate how much push you're going to get from pushing against the air. You can calculate that. Mm-hmm. And then you'll see that the actual change in momentum is much greater than that. That's an experiment you could go do yourself if you wanted to, and see for yourself.
But weight of the object is a factor in the thrust. Am I not correct in that? Weight is a factor in thrust, correct?
Its thrust is
weight is a factor in
it's
thrust.
It's measured in pound force.
Right, but the weight of the object itself that's being moved, right, is taken into account. In other words, the heavier.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. Now we're in an environment where nothing weighs anything. That's where I got the problem, because the force of the thrust has to exceed the weight of the object in order to move it. If the object has no weight, what is the thrust moving? Nothing.
Mass.
Just going to sit there.
When you were a kid, did you have one of those they used to have these things that looked like a light bulb, and it had 4 veins in there, and it was a vacuum. And you put it, one side was white, one was black. You put it out in the sun, and it spins. That's the same principle. It's the change in momentum from those photons hitting, and the change in momentum is imparting moment to those blades and making them move.
This is getting more ridiculous as we go. It sounds more ridiculous.
All right, I'm just trying to help you understand it. I mean, I'm not calling your stuff.
Oh, I mean, I knew that. I mean, I've known this. What you're telling me right here, and that's what I'm saying is that that's why I said I know where you're going.
Well, why don't you tell me why it's ridiculous instead of just saying it's ridiculous?
Well, it's ridiculous for the reason that I just told you. Weight is a major factor in determining what thrust is going to do.
But how does that make it ridiculous?
Well, because there's nothing has any weight. So if there's no weight, how are you changing directions? You're just infinitely going in that direction now. You don't have anything to counter with.
Well, see, you have to go back and start talking about terms. What do you think weight is?
Weight is a measurement of the density of an object.
I would argue that because
we call it gravitas.
You can have you think weight means density. I mean, every scientist in the world thinks that weight.
Mass plays a part.
It does. Styrofoam this big and a piece of wood this big can weigh the same size. Yes, I understand that. Why?
I didn't say
wood,
that.
Hold on. The wood is a denser material. So a smaller amount of it, a less mass, but a denser material. Whereas we have more mass with a less dense material.
Okay, but how does that explain that my explanation of photons
well, they're not fucking
having momentum on those blades?
There ain't no photons in a rocket engine. That's on Star
I'm
Trek.
I'm talking about change of momentum.
Well, yeah, they're not using that either. They're using little tiny fucking spray jets on the side of the ship to automatically just turn. In fact, you watch the thing where they came back with the Eagle to dock. That's obviously claymation. This thing is just floating up there and then just goes and stops on a dime like that. That ain't shit ain't real, man. Come on. That's what I'm saying is you gotta have, there has to be, you have, in a weightless environment, that's not going to do anything. You're just going to sit there and shoot fire.
All right, let me ask you a question then. If Elon Musk said, "Hey, Saul, I want you to come ride in one of my rockets," and let's assume that you were willing to do it, and you went up and you saw the big blue marble and you were weightless up there in space, would it change your mind?
It would, absolutely, but I'm not going to see that because if you carefully look out the windows of the last few that have gone up with some civilians on them, the Blue Origin and shit, it's flat as a damn pancake. They didn't even hardly get up out. They didn't go into space. Do you know why there's no pictures of the Earth from space, flat or round? Because nobody can get there. You can't get.
Well, Logan is a ham radio officer. Maybe he can explain why
Hey,
FM.
that's cool. I was a high frequency radio operator for the military in the U.S. Army. I worked at headquarters at 5th Corps, USERA in Frankfurt, Germany. And
okay.
So maybe you and I actually walked on the same fucking real estate
patio.
Maybe not at the same time, but yes, I was there too.
I was on the patio,
okay.
Bro. What were you, 31 Mike? What were you, 31 Mike?
No, I was 811-528, military working dog handler. I worked a bomb dog when the Berlin Wall came down.
Okay.
And by the way, I was U.S. Navy in nuclear power.
When that shit came down, we got busy.
Yeah, I'd imagine. Well, see, that was after me because I never thought I'd see that come down. See, I had to pull patrols when I first got over there. I was with the unit with the Armored Cav Regiment over in Fulda, and pulled.
Sovereign. That's why we're in a relay race. You passed the baton off to me, I took it, and I passed it off to someone else.
There you go. So, man, that was that was pretty crazy because that whole border there at Fulda was nuts. I mean, they had this
Fulda
huge
Gap.
fence,
Yes.
and then no man's land, and all we had was like this little red and white chain, like at the bank, like where you stand in line or at the park.
Yeah.
I mean, you could just step over it, right? But there were mines and shit, and you didn't want to go past that because they had no man's land mined. Every so often, a cow would step on a mine and fucking blow up, and the government would have to compensate them. But
yeah, and that's a really, really new definition of hamburger.
Yeah,
I've seen it too.
Yeah, but then I was moved to Frankfurt, and I worked in USERA headquarters at 5th Corps on the patio. I was high frequency radio and teletype. That was some high shit, some FSK NSB ranges way up in the high AM amplitudes, and I actually picked up Fort Hood, Texas from Frankfurt, Germany. And it was like, what the fuck happened? How did that happen? Right?
Hey, you are way so far beyond me. I'm just a general class ham.
Oh, it was wild. See, we were using doublet antennas, which are directional, right? And
this is where you're gonna make everybody in your chat fucking tune out because we're talking antennas.
Well, what was
I'm not tuning out. I'm interested in what frequency and why you could get that far at that frequency, but FM is line of sight.
FM it wasn't FM. It was NSB, NSK, NSB, FSK, and high wave.
Phase shifting.
Yeah, we were way up in freaks. That's what we came from. We were called the high freaks, and we smoked so much hash, but we were the high frequency unit, and my platoon was the high freaks. Anyway, it was their explanation was a skip wave. Their explanation was a skip wave. But the funny thing was, I was the net control station, right? And you use this book that has.
Oh, so you were the head motherfucker in charge.
Well, I was at headquarters, so yeah.
And how much fun did you have with that?
Well, not a whole lot because I was responsible for shit, and I don't like being responsible for shit. But the thing was,
but you got to tell the officers what to do because you're the head motherfucker in charge.
No, it didn't really mean that. It was the network, like the network you were on, and you knew what frequency to be on and how to set your code box by this booklet that everybody had. And we used the training one. There was one for actual war that you kept in a safe, right? But the one for training,
I remember that.
Right. Well, the people in Fort Hood, they're using the same fucking same
fucking
book.
Texas, really? God damn it, I was there too.
So I'm like going, what the fuck here? How do I? How is it? I went net. This is net control station. How do you read?
I was looking for the Jawa. I was not supposed to be at Fort Hood. It's like, why did I show up here? It's like, oh, it's your feeding time. It's noon.
So I went out there as net control station. I'm doing a radio check with the rest of the network, and somebody comes back on and said I was unauthorized, that they were the net control station. I was like, what the fuck? Somebody's gotten into this network. What's going on? So here's both of us arguing about that shit, and then we got the location set up where each other was at, and it was unbelievable. They were at Fort Hood, Texas, using the same training documents we were using in Frankfurt, Germany, and that was never intended to happen. But they told me it was
500 miles south of you at Ramstein.
Ramstein, yeah. I have a friend of mine's son
do you remember Mr. Jelly who handled the phone calls of, hey, can I call in a license plate?
No. I remember
he was a dick. I love that guy.
We had a thing called Soviet military liaison mission cards. And
Soviet military liaison mission. Yes, I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah. So if you saw one of their cars with the Soviet license plate on it, you were supposed to find a phone and call this number and report where you saw it at.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, they didn't fuck around. We would go out to the field and do a field exercise. And one time we packed up and we left, and we got like a half hour back, and I was like, oh fuck, we forgot the ground stakes. So we had to go back and pull up the ground stakes, and we went back.
Pick up the tent pegs.
Those motherfuckers were combing our site. The smell mission was there, combing our site, looking for
Right.
anything we left. That was crazy shit, man.
Oh man, hey, Cold Warriors.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, we did not fight in Vietnam. We did not fight in Korea, but God damn it, we're Cold Warriors and fuck off.
I'll have to tell the story about the spies that tried to get information off of me. It was funny as shit. There's two people posing as a couple from the United States. They said they was from Chattanooga, Tennessee. And I said, "Oh yeah, Lookout Mountain." And they looked at me like they'd never heard of Lookout Mountain. And I was like, "How the fuck you be from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and not know about
Lookout Mountain?"
So that I didn't let them.
I'm from California. I know what Lookout Mountain is.
Yeah, and I mean their names even Bobby and Bonnie, and they just wanted to glom on, like hang around. And I was like, "What the fuck," So I figured out what was going on. So I let them a little bit, and I kind of let loose some. I didn't give them anything. And then the next day, I was staying in another town. And the next day I come out of my hotel and who do I see first thing in the morning? Those two standing across the street, acting like they're looking in a store window, but that's like rudimentary intelligence. You're watching the reflection in the
Isn't this what Mr. DeCastro wanted to overturn, the Terry v. Ohio Terry stops, where you're looking to go in, rob a store, and it's like, no, can we talk?
I don't know, man. I don't. Or you could use your officer discretion and pull in a stand-in to do the robbery and arrest them instead.
Look, I was never really a street cop. I was federal. And honestly, if I had to smack someone in the head, it's because they were trying to hurt me. I did not go with traffic stops, domestic disturbances, and all that. I did learn that as I, got in there. But when I was doing what I was doing, we're talking kilos of fucking drugs.
Yeah.
I really don't give a shit if you're pissed off at your husband.
It's that war on drugs. What a fail.
And guess what? I did 31 fucking years in the war on drugs, and I will be the first person to say the war on drugs is an utter fucking failure.
It's a war on people. It's not a war on
drugs. Drugs don't serve jail time. They don't pay fines, and they don't have reputations to harm.
Nope, that was a deliberate, because at the same time is the biggest drug dealer in the United States, i.e. the United States government, through their little alphabet agencies. We know, look at Rick Ross and the crack cocaine, George Bush, Mena, Arkansas, Bill Clinton, all that shit, right? Opium going all the way back to Queen Victoria, man. These people have always been the drug dealers, and it feeds the industrial prison complex with the war on drugs, because then they kick off any cowboys that might be making a profit, and it's not them. And they also are feeding the prison system.
I got to tell you, the guerrilla marijuana growers in California are not good people.
I've met some are, some are not. You don't know. You can't make a blanket statement like that.
I'd really rather have them, following the standards of this is what we need to do with our stuff, not robbing water from somebody else, and so I can grow my fucking plants and not have to pay for it.
Oh, when they start fucking with other legit farms, that's another story. But I've known some too. I've known what my idea of a rebel grower is this. If somebody is going, you know what? Fuck your goddamn permits. This is bullshit. Why do I ask your permission to do it? And I've known some people do that, and they come right in just about harvest and fuck their shit up, man.
Sovereign, I'm licensed in California. I can have up to 99 plants.
Yeah, I had that too, man. But here's the kicker.
Guess what I don't have?
What's that?
Room for 99 fucking plants.
Where in Cali are you?
I'm right outside of LA.
Okay. I live
in the valley.
I lived in Central Eastern, right there. You know where Lone Pine is? South of Mammoth.
Oh, yeah.
Lone Pine. You're northern.
Way up to Bishop on 395.
Yeah, no, you're northern. I'm southern.
Right.
I was Sovereign Tina Slate popped into the chat.
Hey, Tina, what's happening, baby? what you got to get around with that plant limit is
Tina!
that a plant.
Hey, Sovereign, can I give some input on the pot growers that Logan was mentioning?
Yeah.
So I have a second house in Humboldt County, and of course it's very, very big up there. And there's all kind of growers. There's old ma and pop type guys,
Yeah.
and then there's the what we call the green rush growers that drive around in their grow dozers, and they'll just go out and flatten the
Grow
top.
dozers.
They'll flatten the top off of a mountain. They'll let all that dirt wash down into the salmon and trout waters. They'll put insecticides out. They'll try and bait the wildlife. They'll put hooks in hot dog treble hooks to catch the mammals like the fishers, and they suck the water out of the rivers. And so, but then there's other people who have been there a long time and are the coolest people you could ever meet.
Yep.
So I'm
That's
just kind of backing up
absolutely
what you're saying.
We I was part of a grow. We had a place up in Neyland. You know where that's at, Mr. B?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, right up, man. It was only like it was 45 minutes from town, but it was only like 15 miles because he had to go up this fucking back ass road, man, switchbacks up this thing. It was really something, but a beautiful cabin up in there. Great amount of
I know that area fairly well. I used to go to a swimming hole up there, up past Neyland Airport.
And then the Wookiees, when the Wookiees come out during harvest time, that's what we call them. These hairy ass hippies that migrate around and do trim work. And they'll trim.
Yeah, we call them trimigants.
Yeah, trimigants. And there's people that come from all over the world, and we pay them pretty good, man. We pay them like, sometimes $50 to $100 or more per pound. So it's to their advantage to trim and do it right and get, as quickly as possible. So it worked out. Sometimes you run into bums, but you're going to get that with anything. Yeah, that's a neat area up there. I like it. But where I lived I lived in a little almost ghost town called Olancha. And
called what?
Olancha. It's right between Cerro Gordo and Lone Pine.
Oh, okay. That's not Humboldt.
No, that was where I had my house at. We had another place up in Neyland, where I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I had somebody else running that shit for me. I lived down in the other place, and I grew there too. And I came up with some pretty inventive ideas because you're in the Mojave Desert, So what do you do for humidity? Well, it was pretty cool. I put fencing up around the pens and covered it with burlap, and then ran irrigation pipe around it so that it kept it wet. And so the air would roll through there, and it not only keep it cool like an evaporative cooler does, but it also created the humidity that the plants needed. Now, to get around that plant limit, technically a plant, in order to be considered a full plant, has to have a taproot. A clone is not a plant. It's a clone. It's part of the original plant, and they don't grow taproots. So it's
they never grow taproots?
Nope.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, and so they're only considered extensions of the one plant. So you could have, in theory, 500 Gorilla Glue clones growing from one mother, and it's all technically just one plant.
I don't think the feds would see it that way.
Oh, I don't know. I don't trust on the feds anyways. They're changing the goddamn what they define guns and shit as every other day now. But what's a legal pistol brace and how many rounds? Now I heard they was going to say that Glocks are considered machine guns.
Humboldt County voted against legalization.
Did they really? Yeah, I got out of there because down at when they did legalize it, it fucked it all up for me. When it was medicinal, we had a good thing going. We really did. But they put a 33% sales tax on it, all kinds of regulations. Like if I'm growing the same batch, but part of it comes ripe before another part of it, I have to have two different tests because I harvested it two different times. And that's expensive. So where's that go? That passes on to the consumer. Not to mention, where's that go for the tax, the 33% tax? Consumer. So they, as far as I'm concerned, they fucked it all up. Plus, you got to buy all these goddamn permits and shit now.
Just like everything, it was a money grab.
Yeah, man. It really
Always.
was. Then you got to kiss some politician's ass to make sure you're zoned so that you can and all this other. What a bunch of crap, man. I love California. It's beautiful, but the fucking government out there is terrible. It's the worst thing I ever saw in my life.
Isn't it odd that like you can smoke marijuana in certain places, but only if you've paid a certain guy a certain amount of money and he's given you a certain piece of paper? Because if that doesn't happen, then it's not valid, and you couldn't possibly treat yourself. So
when we don't talk about rockets, we agree on all kind of stuff.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, like I said, Mr. B, I was there. I was there. There's been a lot since then over the last, I'd say, 10 years, maybe a little bit longer, that I've come to. But that's why, I mean, like I've said before on this show, I used to love, one of my favorite shows was Carl Sagan's Cosmos. Remember? He'd come out there and go, billions and billions of tiny little particles that make up the stuff of life. And it was just like hypnotized, I loved a lot of Isaac Asimov, both his fiction and his science fact.
Did you watch Foundation on Apple TV?
No, I don't think
pretty good. It's pretty good.
But yeah, I mean, it was like I said, I was a NASA geek. I was always my whole life, man. When they went to the moon, supposedly, I remember watching it on TV, and I went outside and I looked up at the moon, and I was like, wow, they're up on there right now. Those guys are up down there. I know that because I just saw it on TV, and I was really excited. And then when wintertime came, the department store had this snowsuit that looked like a NASA spacesuit. And I just threw a fit till I got that fucking thing. And I'd be out there in the snow, walking all in slow motion like I was on the moon and shit. And I mean, so it went way back. And it was a really, really tough pill for me to swallow because, like, I love Star Trek.
Well, what do you think about NASA as far as inspiring kids to get into the science fields? And education. What's your thought about that?
It's a noble endeavor, but the intention and direction I feel is wrong, because I think that when you teach true Earth, it's as fascinating and interesting, if not more, than what you're going to learn there. I mean, really. I mean,
I've heard
when you find out that you're not just some random nothing on a little tiny crumb of shit whirling about at phenomenal speeds in a void, well, that kind of have a creator, doesn't it? And
absolutely. Yeah. If you really study science and go into advanced physics, religion and science are not divergent. They converge.
Well, that's not necessarily true, because
it's possibly true.
What we are finding is that science is actually proving the existence of God, of a creator.
That's what I'm saying.
So the idea, and this was first floated by a Jesuit priest, the idea of this Big Bang, right? And that's perplexing to me to begin with. But in any case, when you really sit back and examine that whole idea, it makes about as much sense as believing that a typhoon could pass through a junkyard and restore, fuel up, clean, and polish 657 Chevys.
I've been through two typhoons in my life, and nothing got cleaned and polished after it was done.
No, but see, that's what I'm saying. Out of all this destruction came this intricacy and it all ties into two irrational numbers fundamentally when you look at most of it. All within the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio of 1 to 1.618, and of course pi. And it's like I often like to say, God's favorite numbers are both irrational. And you find this in everything. It's evident in even if you measure from here, from the tip of this finger to the first joint, and then from the tip of the fingers to the next joint, you find that all the way up your whole arm, it works out that it's the ratio of 1 to 1.618.
Sovereign, I don't know whether you believe or not, but honestly, from what my experience is, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your fucking plans.
Do what?
Tell him your fucking plans.
Tell him your plans.
Tell him your plans.
If you want to make
plans.
God laugh.
Oh, I get. Oh, yeah.
Fucking plans.
Yeah.
Sovereign, you might be interested in a book called Just Six Numbers by Martin Rees, if you're into that sort of thing, and it's a fascinating book.
I'll write that down on my restraining order that I got from Chile.
Just Six Numbers.
You got a restraining order from Chile?
Yeah, look.
Oh, holy shit! Pull that up on full screen.
All right.
I want to read that.
All right.
Awesome. Are you serious?
I came home. I did a video when I found this on my door.
Oh shit! Here, let me put my glasses on. CESE and desist. This is fuck me. I can't read it. It's written in crayon.
It says this is a official cease and desist order. You must stop making fun of me immediately, or I will sue you in federal court. I am a constitutional law scholar, and it makes me sad. Please stop.
Please stop. That's the letter I was going to write.
I
take
that as an invitation to go ahead and troll that motherfucker and go, dude, you're not that fucking smart.
You think I finally got him to say my name? Finally, after all this time.
Hey, I'm still trying to get Chili to say my name on a live stream so I can get a wrench in Team Skeptic's room.
There you go.
Sarvin, would it be accurate to say
Susie
that
Y has already nailed that fucking thing, and I'm behind.
Sovereign, would it be accurate then to say that this is a very the flat Earth concept? That's a very spiritual thing for you.
Well, it's not necessarily. They do walk hand in hand, but it's one of the things about it is that it was first very evident to me, but where I had always the question of creation, when it came down to what was so obvious. People say, what's your proof the Earth is flat? I'm like, go the fuck outside, man. Your everyday experiences would tell you that. Water will tell you that. We use a spirit level to figure out what level is. We go by what's called sea level. On a ball, if you said a city was a certain height above sea level, what sea are you going by? Right? You're going to get a different measurement from each one of them.
Well, they use something called mean sea level.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sea level, not sea ball, not sea curve. And
I get what you're saying. Well, why do you think that there's I hear, listening to Skeptic and a couple other, I think Irish Demon and numerous other ones, they said that they used to do flat Earth. Schrodinger's cat was one of those guys. And they said they all dropped out of it. Why do you think that is? It's like the argument was over.
I don't know. I mean, this is one of the biggest things that I find the most fascinating thing about the flat Earth controversy is the fact that the people that believe the globe seem to get very, very, very bent out of shape to the point of anger at the prospect of someone not believing the same thing. And
that happens on both sides. I used to have a girlfriend who turned into a flat earther, and she called me a globetard.
Oh, they got these little names, and what happens is they call a flurf and a globetard, and that gets you nowhere. As soon as you start getting into ad hominems, you've lost all your logic and you have no retort other than that. And that's where it comes from. It's a fight or flight response. So that doesn't get anybody anywhere. I don't know if you were here the other night when we had Nick Bolt and Witch of Heart, who were
I saw the replay of that. That was quite a shit show.
But did you see how it ended? Did you see how it ended with them?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. I thought it was pretty cool.
And that's why, because you got to look at it. And I love the Socratic method. And so many people don't know how to engage in the Socratic method. And it is exactly this in a sense. So we're having casual conversation and possibly, questions and answers back and forth on a given topic that we have differing views on. And we're still, like you said, we get along on all kinds of fucking levels. But this one is one that I see the majority of the time. I mean, like you could be walking down the street. Hey, Bill. Hey, Frank. Hey, how you doing, Dave? Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Did you know the earth is flat? Go fuck yourself. I mean, it is literally that bad. I've seen
what I find amazing is the people who believe in a globe believe it's 1,000% impossible to even conceive the earth as being anything other than a globe. What I find funny is the people on the other side of the coin are exactly the same way. They believe that with new knowledge, they have come to an idea that it is flat, and they think they understand that what they believed before is actually impossible, rather than being the most likely or possible. And it's the same thing for people who believe in the globe, trying to believe the other idea, so that neither side really gives the other side a fair shake. And because of so much misinformation and silliness from both sides, it's hard to filter through what is bullshit and what might be real. Hard to find logic in either side, depending on how you see things.
I see it as oftentimes I look at it comically, because I look at it through the eyes of, oh yeah, I remember when I used to think that. It's like, and many times in my head, I'm like, wait till they get it. It's going to blow their fucking mind. And it's the only way I can explain it. You'll just like, oh, I get it. And it kind of works that way. It is a very freeing thing. I mean, it really is. You see a lot of, I mean, I don't know how to explain it. Almost like there's huge amounts of fear lifted. But I'm not saying that I embrace a belief because of the way it makes me feel either. I'm like going, okay, so I looked at it from this perspective one time, and I like to ask people this. I'll say, if no one had ever told you that the earth was a ball, what would make you think that it is, much less spinning? Nothing. No one with a logical mind through their everyday experiences would ever think or begin to think such a thing.
I don't agree. I can tell you why.
Okay.
Number
what would
one,
happen if someone said to you the earth was square?
Well, I need some verification on that. I mean, what side am I on? You see, am I on? See, there's where the shit starts getting really flippy, and even with like north-south aircraft, you're dealing with you're still got the same RPMs of a spinning globe, but your rotational velocity decreases as you get closer to the hub of rotation. So how do you keep, I mean, and I've tried this before too, just to give myself a mental idea. You can take a merry-go-round on a playground. Usually the bigger ones are the better ones. And just start it turning slowly and stand toward the edge. So it's going slow enough that you're not going to fall off, the thing's not going to throw you off. And then try to walk to the center while it's turning and see what happens. You'll stumble like a fucking drunk. You won't. That's because the rotational velocity decreases, although the RPMs remain the same. And you got airplanes are compensating for this.
Sovereign,
how?
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
You are batshit crazy.
You think?
Yep. And guess what?
What?
So am I.
Yep. Oh, I think. Listen. I'm going to tell you something, Logan.
We do not agree on the data that you're talking about, but Jesus Christ, I really would love to go into the desert with you.
Yeah, man. Listen, with Well, a couple of these with us.
I
bro.
like people who think outside the box.
Couple of these. Have us a couple of mushroom candy bars. Fuck yes.
Back in engineering, I used to try to teach the guys under me that there's no such thing as a box. Because that's what engineers tend to do. They like to draw boxes around everything.
Let me get this up there.
What is that?
Oh God, it's not showing up on the camera.
No, I can't tell what it is that.
Fuck, I gotta put on glasses to read it. It's
Oh,
really showing up on the glasses.
Is that from the dispensary? Is that from the dispensary?
Bubba Kush, THC 26%.
Nice. I like Bubba Kush. I have Gelato 33 is what I have.
Dude, I just got done with that and I had to order more.
No shit.
Who in the hell names this stuff? What are you guys even talking about? Like, I hear people
Drunk
talk
and
these names all the
stoned
time.
teenagers is who names this stuff.
Listen, I had some crossbreeds and I just called them whatever the fuck I wanted to. Like I had one strain that I had, it was really good. And so I named it Mendocino Mindfuck.
Mendocino Mindfuck. I understand that.
You know, and it was like, you know, what's in a name? It sells, you know, that was what they was after, you know. A lot of times people will buy based on the name. You'd be surprised. Because
have you ever talked to that grower? He came on Trinity's stream once, and he's from Australia, and he's a botanist. My gosh, that guy!
Oh my God, an Australian who's a botanist. Oh my gosh,
amazing knowledge and doing all sorts of research. Really,
you go on.
That's one of the cool things about YouTube is that you can meet people like that.
Right.
The only marijuana related shit that I have on my YouTube channel is if you go back, it's a video from like 5 or 6 years ago. And I teach you how to make a rabbit party joint.
I went back and watched those. Those are pretty cool.
What a rabbit joint is a regular joint that has 2 joints coming out the end of it. Like that. And then you light both of these. And then they burn into the first one. And I've made them before. We used to make antlers and shit when I was in high school.
You're supposed to get girls to share that with you.
Oh, you can do whatever. Oh, there was no problem with that. The problem is getting girls to get away from you, not wanting to be sharing it with you. You get too many of them. Get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to get high.
Sovereign, I'm not throwing shit on you, bro. I like you, and look, I've got a gray beard too. You and I are probably about the same age.
57.
I'm 55.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Fuck it.
So all of you out there who are younger, than these two, like me, now you know what we're looking forward to.
Is that considered boomer?
Oh, Terry, you have no idea what's going to encompass you when you decide to, just give up control. You're just like, fuck you. I'm in charge. Go for it. And what are they going to do? Lock you up? You're an old man. No.
Yeah, they will. They locked me up.
You weren't young enough.
Yeah.
Laura Rader is talking to you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Uh-oh.
I see capitals. Hey, that's his name. You should
get American Resist. Okay.
I've been watching his stuff, Laura. I've watched a couple of his videos.
You get to know Stone Vet.
I ate 5 gummy bears that my wife made just before I went online. And I'm fucked up, man. This is good though. I'm liking it. My wife's like,
gummy bears.
Yeah, my wife's like, how can you eat that many? I was like, are you shitting me? Come on.
He's probably going, just so you know, I can eat another one, just so you know.
You know, Logan, you know them 420 bars they sell out there? They got
Yes.
like an eighth. They got like a whole
Yeah, and they
eighth.
cost about $4.50 a piece. Thank you very much.
I could eat 2 of those fucking things and still be hanging out, man. My wife, she'll eat like 2 of them little squares, and she's like, I'm gonna fucking die. Like, no, you're fine.
Paranoia jumps up on you. That's why
Yeah.
it's called paranoia.
Well, that's something I don't ever suffer from. I used to years back. I don't know really what to attribute it to, but I used to have like paranoia and fears and things like that. And today I'm not afraid of a fucking thing. I really am not.
I think you look at it the same way I look at it, going like, really? Fuck.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Whatever's
Yeah,
gonna happen.
I'll deal with it.
Yep.
Laura Rader said maybe you should have Stone Vet on your panel sometime. Y'all can get stoned together. She said she thinks that'd be awesome. Maybe you could have like a So Stone Saturday or something,
That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Well, I'm way ahead of both of you because I'm way more than half stoned and a little bit drunk. So I'm droned.
Well, I had to give up the old John Barleycorn.
Unfortunately,
I'm drinking beer. Fuck off.
Unfortunately, I'm stone cold sober, so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, you're the one who's going to be having to carry it through for the rest of the night. You're the only one who's sober.
He's a designated driver.
Why did you volunteer for that?
Somebody's got to take care of you guys.
There was this guy.
Do you know what you're getting into?
This was great. These cops were parked like across the street from this bar. This happened. And this guy, they watched him come out. It was getting close to closing time. And they saw this guy come out and he stumbled around. He went over like he couldn't find his car. Then he went over to his door and he dropped the keys and put the thing in, kind of fucked around. He got in there. He pulled out real slow. He got out on the road and started driving down the road. Cops went, "We got one, boy. Let's get him." So they went on up the road and pulled this guy over and shit. Pulled him over, and motherfucker was sober as shit. He says, "Yeah," he says, "I'm the designated decoy." When the cops went back, everybody from the fucking bar was already gone.
Designated decoy, the DD. Everybody needs one.
He said he was the designated decoy. How'd we lose American Pride? What happened to him? He blew out here.
Cops really get bent out of shape when the bad guys figure out, yeah, that's what we do too.
Well, I think like a lot of times, listen, the thing about if you dress a certain way, that's how you're going to be. Like they say, dress for success. Like if you wear, don't you feel
John T. Malone, dress for success? Yes.
Don't you feel important like when you wear a suit or you dress nice and shit? You feel a little more elevated about your own self and shit. This is I forgot where the fuck I was going with this.
Hey, Epiphanies.
But I mean, that's you got to kind of carry yourself that way. If you want to be something, you have to project into it. You know what I mean?
I heard something when I was a kid that says you want to dress for the job that you want.
Yeah. That's why. That's why I showed up at the sewage plant with a shovel and a pair of coveralls on. I was ready.
That's why I have a hard time believing in politicians. They always wear suits and ties. It seems like a lot of liars wear suits and ties.
They remind me of shady car salesmen, politicians. They really do. Now I'll tell you what I've been.
Whoa! Wait, are we talking about Mr. DeCastro?
Oh, well, yeah, he's kind of a politician too. He's not much different than a lot of them.
Didn't he just issue a fucking apology and said, if you don't apologize to me, I'm going to take you back into court?
Yeah, which was his plan to do anyways, because he knew nobody had any fucking intention. What really happened was he got hit with a mountain of fucking paperwork, and that thing about him dropping the suits, guess what? Dipshit forgot to hit send. He realized that while he was on last night.
Yeah, it's not on Pacer yet. I've already looked.
So he's full of shit. Everything he fucking says is full of shit.
Chili is a legend in his own mind, and his venue is YouTube. And I swear to God, if everyone would just stop looking at his channel, he'd go away.
Look, go on TikTok and just put in delete laws.
I
Chili Castro.
don't do TikTok. I don't do Facebook.
well,
I don't do
I went
any
and
of
got
that shit.
My
You're lucky you
grandson-
got me
my
on
grand-
YouTube.
My grandson has a thing, and he's all the time showing his fish and his soccer medals and shit like that. So I went ahead and got it. He makes some pretty cute videos.
Your grandson probably knows more about computers than I do. So
he's something. He's always fucking with that thing.
And
Anyways,
I got a degree in computers.
when you go in there, you look.
Grandson probably knows more than I do.
Logan, there's a bunch of fucking people that, I mean, he pissed off the entire black TikTok community.
Yeah, I heard about that, and that's about when Tina came on.
Yeah.
And yeah, no, I know the timeline on
The
that.
fold and all that.
Yeah, I was
Hashtag
there.
put that in there. Yeah, that was some fucked up shit.
All I was doing when this shit came on is like, look, I'm bored out of my skull. I'm retired and I don't have a fucking job. I want to look at something that's going to entertain me. And then I found Jose Maria de Castro.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. I'm buying in on this one. This is fucking gold.
Dude, the first thing I mean, this guy, I'm like, okay, this guy can't get any worse, right? And he's like, here, hold my beer.
Look, seriously,
time.
Daryl Brooks is not worse than Chili de Castro, and Daryl Brooks killed 6 fucking people.
Well, okay, look at this. Look how fucking fake this, how effeminate this guy acts. You know what? I have him on. Is it in here?
Who's Beth Wrist?
Who's Beth? Is she in here?
Somebody said
No, but
Beth
there's someone
Wrist had
asking
messages
questions.
to you, and that came from Welfare Pig.
Beth Wrist has a question for me. I don't fucking care.
They had also asked, what the hell is Beth Wrist talking about earlier?
I don't give a fuck.
I'm late to the party. Okay, don't hate me because I don't know what's going on.
Well, that's what I'm going back here to look. Did Beth Wrist, is she in our fucking chat?
No, Beth Wrist is not in the chat. This person is asking questions about Beth Wrist.
Oh, I don't know, man. What does she want to know? Has messages for me? I don't care. I thought she didn't want nothing to do with me. She hates me and shit, right?
Witch Heart's here.
What's he
Hey,
saying?
Witch, how you doing this evening?
There she is. What's he saying?
Okay, disagree with me on what? Okay, you have to disagree with me. Okay, what I said was I don't know who that person is. Best Wrist is hogging all the chins.
She got more chins than a Chinese phone book.
Oh man, you know I'm
Squirrel.
not too far away from San Francisco.
Squirrel.
Squirrel.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we do,
Well,
man.
we've way derailed. Did we ever actually go into what we started with?
What's that?
No.
Oh, with the with
Subliminal
the,
messages and
Yeah,
the
I think
actual.
we covered in how it was done, and different methods they've used. Repetition, that's another thing that they do. That's how they make hit songs. It's through fucking repetition. But no, I don't know. We kind of got into it, and I didn't get much feedback on it, so I don't know. We drifted off into other shit, I guess. I was hoping to get
the hot topic was the flat Earth debate. It was going on in the chat as well as on the panel. So
was it?
definitely a hot topic that gets people excited to talk about.
Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? I mean, it's evident. I mean, level, like this level table, it's just I can't.
But remember, when you thought you lived on a globe, you understood level on a ball, or at least you believed that you understood level on a ball at one point, even if you didn't fully understand.
I went, oh, okay, that's the explanation. But there was always like, wait a minute, it don't seem like it's true. Like they're trying to tell me that, because of the Earth's curves, and I'm like, hold on a second. So you got so much curvature within so many miles, right? That should be evident. Okay. So we take a look at, say, a city skyline that's like New York. Now, all you have to really do is in a computer, you can draw lines that go from the center of the building at the bottom up through the center of the top of the building, and then have it go all the way. Okay. Just real long line. Now, if the earth is curved, those lines should start diverging away from each other, but they don't. And over a distance like that, they should, but they don't. They remain parallel. I mean, even on a micro scale, if you was to have two buildings of the same height, say 30 miles from one another, and they're, say, let's just for the sake of argument, let's say they're 300 stories tall, really tall. Does that mean that the tops of the buildings are way further apart from each other than the bottoms? If it was a ball, it would be, but then it isn't. So there's that. I mean, we're talking 8 inches per mile squared, and that's accurate up to like 1,000 miles. Then we don't see it.
So are there times when we can see further than we should be able to see? I mean, by like length and distance, miles, feet, whatever. Is there a time, a way that we can see that it has been seen that there is a curve, like you can't see past it because it curves? Or do we see things that should be behind miles of curvature and we can see them because it's obviously not curved?
Yeah,
Do we have any proof of that?
Yes, lots of proof of it. There's the PX900 camera has a phenomenal zoom on it, and there's several videos of people going to the water, and here's a ship. You know, you're watching it, they watch it, there it goes out. It looks like it goes over the curve, right? And the thing I think is funny is nobody's taken into account, well, how come you're not seeing any curve this way too? You know, you're not on a paper towel tube, you're not on a cylinder, right? You're on a ball. You should be seeing the curvature in all directions, but you don't. So what they do is you see it and it looks like it goes over the horizon when it's just an your angular perspective. You're limited through your vision and your angular perspective. You learn that's an art class. There's a vanishing point in the horizon. The horizon always remains at eye level. So what happens is it appears that it disappears, but when you use like a telephoto lens, a telescope, or the P900 camera, the Nikon, you bring it right back into view and see the entire thing. Chicago was photographed from across the lake where it should not have been visible because the amount of curvature that it would be behind. Several instances of mountain ranges being seen where they should be behind miles and miles of curvature of Earth, but they can still be seen.
Is there any other way to explain that on a globe model? I mean, if you're saying it's impossible on the globe to see it, is there any way that, Mr. B, maybe I should ask you, is there any way to explain that? Or have you seen such things?
I used to sail, and I can say that we could see the mast before the hull of a ship, but that doesn't really prove anything because the atmosphere bends light waves.
But not close to not 30 degrees.
It's like when you're driving down the desert on a highway and you can see the road rolling.
Drove through the desert on a horse with no name, man. Good to be come out from the rain. Yeah, okay.
Or you could go through the desert on a horse with no legs.
The first low rider.
I was playing that song one night and I forgot the lyrics. I was playing Horse with No Name and I forgot the lyrics. And I don't know, I kicked in and it came out as a horse with no legs. And because I've been through the desert on a horse with no legs. It doesn't go very far because it didn't have any fucking legs. No,
hey, you know, God, who was it? I think it was Big Old Jed Had a Light On. what they said was big old jet airliner. I think it wasn't Steely Dan.
Steve Miller Band.
Steve Miller Band. Thank you.
I thought
I'm brain farting.
What is it called? What's the name of the song?
Big old jet airliner.
Oh my God!
The name of the song.
I thought it was called Big Old Wet Vagina. I was
no. You know what I heard of?
I've been singing.
When I grew up, it's like big old Jed had a light on.
Wow. So, Mr. B, if I'm correct, are you saying that if that is seen, that is like a reflection in the sky? Is that what I'm getting, or what I'm understanding? I'm trying to picture what you're saying. So,
well, it's atmospheric distortion. Like if you go out at night and look at the stars, when the air is moving, the stars move also.
Right, I understand. I'm talking about seeing something that should be behind curvature. If I can see that at a certain distance, that shouldn't be able physically to be viewed. How would I see that?
You'd have to calculate it out. I know you can see the cliffs of Dover from France, and I mean I'd have to look at the distances and everything and do a calculation. I think people have actually done that, but I don't know the distances off the top of my head.
The formula used is it's like 7.9 something inches, but we use 8 inches per mile squared. So how that works out is like over 4 miles. Now you have to account for eye level as well. Down you would have like at 8 miles. So 8 times 8 is 64, right?
Okay. Here's the problem with
times 8 inches. Okay. So now you would have to have 8 inches times 64. And that's how much curvature there should be in that distance of 8 miles.
Okay. Here's the problem with that calculation. If you say what's the figure? I think it's 8 inches per mile. Let's just
8 inches per mile squared. It's the same formula as for a parabolas, but it can be used for a sphere accurately for up to 1,000 miles, given the diameter of the Earth, or what the supposed diameter of the Earth is.
That's based on what, 25,000 miles or more close.
The problem with that calculation is, have you ever done any surveying where you're surveying levels and you take a tape measure and you measure out so many feet and you look at the level and you figure the angle out. Then you have to reposition again and take a measurement, reposition and take a measurement. And so that 8 inches per mile is really just for a mile. You can't just extrapolate it out.
We're talking about seeing objects over water. Water doesn't have any of that terrain features. Water doesn't have hills, valleys, and rivers.
Agreed.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about because that is one of the things on land, absolutely. And of course, you've got atmospheric distortion too. What do they call it? Atmospheric density, which the more humid, like out in California, it's so dry you can see fucking forever, man. You can really see a far ways. Whereas here in Virginia, it's humid. And you can't see nearly as far. Like I get up on the mountain over here and look down through the Shenandoah Valley. In the summer, I can't see nearly as far as I could see when I was out in California with low humidity. And that's one of the reasons why. But at 8 miles, that works on a parabolas too. I can actually figure this up because the way that this works is we've got 8. We're going to say at 8 miles, 8 times 8 is 64. Okay. Then that's got to be 8 inches. So we go times 8 inches. So that's 512 inches. So we'll divide that by 12. And there's 42.6 feet of curvature in 8 miles. So that means
love you, hon.
So that means that you only see from all the way down to only 42.5 feet. So how tall is a ship from the water line?
I can't do the calculation tonight, but I've seen it and I'll bring it to you at some future.
There's several even calculators for that right online. You can go and find Earth curvature calculators all over the place.
Well, I don't
It's the same
really
thing.
trust calculator. I don't trust calculators.
Which you're still crushing on him, aren't you?
They'll account for eye level too. So it'll say, level of eyesight, like how high up are you looking from? And then it'll tell you from there how much curvature there should be. That's obliterating whatever should be beyond that curvature. Who's doing what, Logan?
No, Witch of Heart is like, I'm not going to lie, Joey can be really cool until you piss him off. And I'm asking, are you still crushing on him?
Are you starting trouble, Witchy Poo?
We try to stay out of the chat drama as much as possible.
I kind of pick over here and see what's going on every so often.
Yeah, I'm retired, so fuck.
Carry this for a minute there, Terry. I got these dogs are bugging me to go outside. So
I think Jonathan's asking if we have any conspiracy.
That sounded like a big bug.
I don't have any guesses on the lottery. My best guess is don't play it, because the more people that play it, the less chance you have of winning, in my opinion. I'm not that lucky, so I don't waste the time trying to play the lottery. But good luck to all those that do. It would be awesome if one of you won that. It'd just be nice to have known you before you became, a multi-billionaire. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, internet famous multi-billionaire. You know what? Let the people who do not win the lottery have the best lives, because the ones who do, their life will be fucking changed.
I'd say that depends on the person, in my personal opinion.
Most people
has anyone
who come into a big influx of money don't know how to handle it.
Well, the Bible is correct when it says a lot of things, not necessarily because it's the direct word of God, but because it's just the way human life works. That a fool and his money will be soon parted, but not everybody is a fool, is all I'm saying.
No, and I'm not arguing with you. I think you and I are on the same page, saying that it takes. You got to start somewhere, and when you find out when you're getting lied to.
Wasn't it you who said wisdom is that thing you get directly after you should have had it? Didn't I hear you say that?
Right after you needed it.
Right. So that's, we all get wiser by making those mistakes.
Well, also don't discount this fact too. The older we get, the better we were.
Yeah, well, part of my wisdom is
I don't know, man. I feel more like me now than I did a little bit ago.
I can remember my dad. God damn, when I was a kid, you could get a Hershey bar for a nickel, and it was the size of a goddamn Studebaker. And it's like, okay.
And you had to go 5 miles up to school and 5 miles up back.
Cut my feet on the
uphill both ways.
Both ways, yeah.
Shoes.
In the snow.
We didn't even have goddamn shoes. We were so
poor that we went out to the back of the shoe store and tied the boxes to our feet. That's what we did.
You know what? Fuck both of you. You and I and all of us grew up with Wile E. Coyote getting the fucking on.
Yeah. And they talked about how violent that was.
We're old school. We know how Wile E. Coyote dies.
Well, think about it. They talk about how violent that was, so they had to quit showing it to children. How violent are we? And we loved that.
Do you realize when I was a kid looking at that, I'm taking notes.
You
rude putting that picture up there.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. You remember when Bugs would fuck with Daffy Duck and get him to fuck himself? You know, like it's rabbit season. No, arguing about whether it was rabbit season or duck season. Man, me and Terry did that fucking shit right to that dick. That was perfect. That was fucking perfect. I said, man, you watch that son of a bitch will go live within an hour.
Both of you did that so expertly, and oh my God, I'm going to tell that to people.
Now, hold on, guys.
20 years. That was a complete.
Hold on. Let me say something about that. Everybody gives gives me way too much credit for that. You have to understand. The only thing that I did was bend over a hood for 26 fucking seconds. 26 seconds is all it took that I bent over a hood. Sovereign Soul.
You bent over a hood?
Yeah, if I can finish my
Does
story,
your
man. Sovereign
wife
Soul
know
is the
that
one.
you bent over a hood?
Can I finish what I was saying?
Yes, please.
Sovereign Soul is the one who needs the award for the expert acting and selling that entire fucking thing. I did not sell it. He did. The only thing is we knew Chili would bite because I am Ironton Auditor. I am
He,
the auditor, and he hates me for it.
he was the bait. He was the bait. And I called it. I said, dude, this guy, he'll go live within an hour.
What did it take him? 36 minutes before he came out with that?
Yeah, it was like 40 minutes. Yeah, and he come on.
It's like, seriously, dude, you are that fucking easy.
Yep. And I also, and this is why I have this dollar. This is why.
Yeah, see, I lost $1 on this whole damn thing.
Because I told him, I said, not only will he go on within an hour, I said, I bet you $1 he'll call it back to blue till it happens to you or something like that.
You did, and you showed that and said, yep, I bet this is what's going to happen, and he fucking did.
Yes, sir. And to make it even worse, before he went live, he commented on my video of him getting arrested, saying back to blue till it happens to you, right, Terry?
Hey, I'm just some dickhead in fucking California, and I can back you up on that story. I saw it happen in real time.
That was
so did we, because while he was going live gloating, someone who's against torture cuffs in a rape cage was sure happy as fuck to watch me walk into one. He was so happy. And I'm so glad that while he was so elated and being such an asshole on open airwaves, we were restreaming his live making fun of him, and so was Irish Demon.
Have you guys seen Abby Pollin's picture of the chocolate torture cuffs?
No.
Not
yet. No.
Shit. Let me try and find that. Did
you say chocolate?
Is this what you're scared of, Chili? Really?
It was 25-second long video.
All right.
On here, we were out doing an audit here.
I don't know if you can hear that. Probably not.
County,
yes, I can hear it.
And Terry has he's getting arrested for, I guess, obstruction and interfering. My phone's about to go dead, so I'm going to get off of here, and immediately I'm going to go up and see about getting him bonded out. Okay, everybody? All right, thanks.
Now, I want you to pay attention to that and notice that truly, if you thought about it right now, you can't even prove that's me. Hell, I'm watching it, and I can't even prove that's me. There's not enough light to even tell. It is me. I'm just saying you can't prove it by that video. It's 26 seconds of that.
Yep. And I followed it up with a couple here, and it says, let's see, on my way to see about Ironton Otter. Oh yeah, let's see, this one was before it. Let's see, how big is that one? 2 minutes. Let me pull that one up.
No, watch how he sells this. This works so great.
Hey, I'm going to jump off. Thanks for letting me come in and make my points.
Yeah, right on, Mr. B. I want you to come back, man. I'll do that thing. I'll do that with
you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. B.
Thanks for being here, sir. I appreciate it.
I'll compile it. I'll compile those different clips and shit, because it's pretty amazing. There's been a great number of accidents caught on camera that are kind of like, what? How does that happen? You know,
maybe put them on your community page, or maybe they're there already. I don't know.
Yeah, I might put the links and stuff to that. I don't know. That's a good idea. That's a good
Sovereign,
idea.
have you seen Wham Bam Tesla Cam?
No.
Oh, you might want to look at that channel on YouTube.
Yeah.
WHAMBAMTESLACAM.
Put the link in the private chat.
I can't. I'm not a moderator.
No, in the private chat. You're on
my
private
chat. Got it. All right. Hang on. All right. I got it. I'm still stoned.
So here's how we this is just to keep them baited, right?
Okay, so on a chain lines here. I just got back here to the house. I'm going to go grab some cash, and I'm headed down to Rockingham County right now. I'm going to go down there They just arrested Ironton Auditor for obstruction and for resisting arrest. So I'm going to go down there and see if I can't get him bailed out. Minutes and everything, you know, I'm sure for a little bit, because I'm sure he's going to have to see a magistrate and everything else like that. So I don't know what it is. So don't anybody do anything yet at all until I find out what's going on.
Is he talking to a shiny crystal ball that's going to make him do predictions?
What happens to you, right? I don't know. But anyways, I'm here at the house. I grabbed up a bunch of well, guys just got me pretty well thrown out. I don't know what to do. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna have to go down there and man, this kind of shit's always a pain in the ass. And that is if he gets, I mean, it's Saturday. I might not be able to do anything till Monday. I don't know what's going on, how that's working. And I think over there they have still the COVID restrictions. I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ, man. So anyways, prayers, everybody, please put Terry in your prayers. There's some bad hombres over there in the Rockingham County Jail, just so you know, there really is. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to head on down there. I'm just waiting for my wife. She's putting on some shoes and stuff, and we're going to try to head down there and get everything taken care of. So just stay tuned, and we'll keep you apprised as to what's going on, okay? All right. Don't worry, everybody. We got it under control. Everything's good.
And at this time, while this video was being put up live, in between that little bit of time, my phone was blowing.
Oh my God.
Man, it would not stop. And it's so humbling to know that all you guys care so much that like they really pulled together quick, didn't they, Sovereign, to figure out exactly how to take care. And we didn't even have any details yet, you know, they'd already had it ready.
Yeah.
That's how much everybody knew that if I'd gotten arrested for that dumb shit, that it had to be bullshit. Everybody knows me, you know.
His phone was blowing up, and I'm like, you can't answer it. You can't, because you're in jail. We gotta sell this. And you know, I wasn't gonna let everybody go a long time, but I knew that he could not go live. I mean, that's boom. I could read this guy like you wouldn't believe. And that's kind of scary, man. It really is.
I was getting so nervous. The more the messages came in, the more nervous I was getting, because I was afraid people were going to start like heading this way and bringing money. And I didn't want him to go through all that trouble. You know, I just was trolling him. But unfortunately, the way we pulled it off, the only way to pull it off, was that everybody had to believe it.
Oh, yeah. I saw that latest troll. That was pretty good, too. That was great. He gets him every fucking time, man. There again, like Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck. But this is the final piece that sold it. And all I did was go out and drive around the block. Watch.
Are you calling Irish Demon Bugs Bunny? That's
Yeah.
an interesting correlation there.
Okay, this is Sovereign Soul on Chain Mind. I'm on my way right now down to the jail, the Rockingham jail, to see what needs to be done to get Ironton Auditor out. Let me turn my dome light off here. I had it on for a second. I was looking for something. Sorry you can't see a little bit of talking in the dark, just like Chili does. So we're headed down the street right now. Man, this has got me all fucked up and everything. We're gonna go shoot tomorrow and everything. Now this is all fucked up because we got this crap going on. It's really not a good situation. Wonder if I can get some better light if I'm over here. There, yeah, that's a little better. We can get a little bit better. So anyway, fuck. All we were doing, it was a routine like traffic stop. Terry was trying to be as respectful. The cop told him to get the fuck away, and he was being a real dick to Terry. And then Terry was like, "You know what? Fuck you. You're the kind of tyrant cop that I go up against." And I was shocked.
Everybody was shocked. Everybody was shocked that Terry would say "fuck you" to the cops, right?
Really was. I was just like, oh God, Terry, I never heard you talk like that before. Next thing I know, before I could even remove it, he's got Terry cuffed up, man. And I was like, what the fuck? I started to go up there. I wasn't filming, and I got up there, and he told me, he says, I better get the fuck away, or he's going to arrest me and take my fucking phone and all this other shit. And I was like, oh my God, Jesus, what in the fuck is going on? And so I did. I just, kind of playing it by ear. So it was what did it say? Obstructing. Said that he was obstructing their investigation, and then they hit him with resisting.
And it was so believable because that's usually the kind of stuff that a First Amendment auditor goes down for, is that exact type of stuff.
Yeah. And so we just sold it like that. And you know what the dumb shit is? When he found out that it was a troll, then he said, well, all you did was prove that people can get arrested for stupid shit like that. And it's like, no, it didn't, because he didn't get fucking arrested, stupid.
All we did that prove was because he believed that. He took the bait, hook, line, sinker, I think probably the entire fisherman and maybe even the boat that he was in. He swallowed it pretty hard.
Let's see. I got to keep up with the chat out of YouTube because it doesn't give me the same shit that I see over here in this one.
Have a good night, Jeebus. Thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate
Take
you
care,
hanging out.
brother. What's he saying? Chili can't do what? He can't withdraw his cases against Kate and Josh since they responded to the case. That's what I understand. He missed the boat, or so they said.
So it has to go through now whether he wants to withdraw it or not. Is that what I'm understanding? He has no choice. It's already through. He can't withdraw it now?
Yeah, because there's countersuits. Court before Kate and Josh got their responses in. Yeah. That's what I hear. Good.
Well, apparently he don't have the Shauna, the lawyer that he had when he was in Ironton. Apparently doesn't have the new lawyer or Bobby Laws. I don't know what happened to all these people that were giving him all this legal advice. Where'd they all go?
He's apparently very happy that counsel guy got in trouble for stealing money or credit card or some kind of bullshit like that.
Oh, of course he's happy about it. Why wouldn't he be?
I don't know, man. He's a pitiful.
You talking about the one here?
Yeah.
You know, my only question is, if that's true, like, what kind of leadership do we have? You know, I don't know that it is. It's, you know, he's been accused of it, and so far he's pled not guilty, so I can't assume guilt yet.
Right.
But if it is true, you know what I mean? Like, what's going on here? You know, how does that work?
Well, who claimed leadership?
What?
No, you said something about somebody claimed leadership.
I did not say any such thing.
Chile is trying to claim leadership. Okay. Well, maybe I'm just stoned. I'm sorry, Terry. I'm not jumping your shit.
No, it's he was talking about Chile is happier than shit that an Ironton councilman, is that right? Is that what he was?
Yes, Chris Perry. I believe he's on the city council in Ironton, if I'm not mistaken.
And he got busted using $400 at a Rent-A-Center or some shit from his girlfriend or his ex-girlfriend's credit card or some shit like that. And now he's been brought up on these charges. Now, whether or not it's true or not, whether or not it's not an ex-girlfriend just trying to fuck with somebody, this is not be the first time. So the man's due his day in court. And before any speculation be made, I mean, we got to know the facts. We got to know the facts.
Yeah. Hey, have you been watching the chats?
Little bit. Why? What's going on over here?
Oh, Chile? Guess what? He just did a whole fundraising to do his whole legal fight against Kate and Josh and the bad people. And now he's taking a vacation in Colombia.
But think about it. Think about it. He just spent all that money to go to Colombia. Now he's coming back penniless and has to face those cases that he can't dismiss with the money that he probably should have spent on an attorney.
Hey, look, I am not saying I'm doing anything, but I actually did work in U.S. Customs, and I know people who work there.
Full cavity search. He'll like that. full cavity search. He needs that. No,
No.
last one I see is let's see.
And if he flies into LAX, I can pretty much tell you who the officers are who are gonna fucking investigate.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go get my dogs back in. Oops.
God bless the dogs.
You might be right, Laura. Chili seems to be a little erratic and capable of almost anything, at least in front of the camera, within limits anyway. He likes
Terry,
to act like he's a big badass alpha, and yet he runs from everybody and everything that opposes him. Hell, he has
Terry,
best friends. One week he has best friends, and the next week he's trying to sue them. It doesn't make any sense. James Freeman was the best auditor ever, and then now I hate James Freeman, and then all these big stars that he was trying to attach his name to, all these big names. They're always the best, lackluster, all of them. They're always the best until Chili decides they're the worst, and now they ain't. He
ain't
can't
shit.
seem to make up his mind. He's a walking contradiction. Does that make any sense?
Yes, it does, and that's why he keeps people's attention, because most people are too stupid to put a contradiction together. And what that does is like, wait, I don't understand it. And it's the smart people who are like, no, we're not going to deal with this idiot.
I think even stupid people look at Chili and think, geez, he's stupid. That's my personal opinion, because he thinks he's so smart. But if you just step back and take a look, he's really transparent. He's easy to see through. You know what I mean? He's not really that sneaky. He has the same pattern everywhere he goes, does the same things, says the same things.
Oh, yeah, he's predictable.
That's how Sovereign got him. He's just predictable. It was so easy for him to predict what Chili was going to do. It cost me $1. I believed part of it, but I'll be damned if he didn't call it word for word. I mean, it was crazy. So, and he was, less than a week from that, he was on again, with a fucking real goddamn tear over some other fucking auditor I ain't never heard of, because he got put in jail and needed bail money or some dumb shit. He needs somebody's help.
You guys, I just had a really fucking crazy ass experience. All right. Right before I said I got to go get the dogs. Right. Right before that, I swear to God, I saw somebody walk through my hallway over here past the doorway. A physical walk right by. And I assumed it was my wife. And I thought, what's she doing up here? She's usually downstairs this time of night. I was like, what the hell is she doing up here? And I thought, maybe, why is she using the bathroom up here? She's not up here. She's not up here. And there's nobody in the fucking house. There's nobody down that hallway. It's a blind hallway. There's nobody there.
How many of those candy bars did you eat?
I haven't had any, man.
Okay, just making sure.
It was a figure the size of my wife.
Have you tested your blood sugar?
What?
Have you tested your blood sugar?
No, why?
How many of those candy bars did you eat?
I haven't eaten any candy bars.
Okay.
Besides, they're not regular candy bars anyways.
Which is why I asked.
Anyway. Candy bars. Oh, are these the super secret military candy bars?
I have had those.
These super secret Californian candy bars.
I've had those
mushroom candy bars.
All right. Now, no, hang on. Put that back up. Okay, I got to put my glasses on. Shroom bar, you fucking dick.
I have had those experiences as well. Sovereign being completely stone cold sober, think that I see something and then go to.
Well, I didn't
there, but be so sure that I saw something.
Oh yeah, I know it was there, and they don't believe you, and you're like, yeah, you're gonna get pissed.
I didn't just think that. I was certain. I was like, oh, there's Leanne. Oh, I got to get the dogs. I thought maybe she came up here because, did I time trip and leave the dogs out too long? And usually she'll worry about something like that. And I just saw her. I could swear she walked right there, right through that hallway. I mean, it's not more than 6 feet away from me. Maybe 6.5 feet. And
Laura, Rader's giving you shit too, sir.
Yeah, I mean, I'm serious.
I was just messing. I understand. I've had those experiences where I would swear that I saw it, but when I went to investigate, I couldn't prove it.
You know where.
Well, I looked in the end of the hallway. Open the door there is open.
You might
and
want to meet my
bathroom,
neighbor.
and there's nobody in the bathroom. It's a really small bathroom, and the doors on either side are closed. I didn't hear them open, but I opened them up anyways. One's the gun room. She wouldn't go in there for any reason. And I opened the bedroom and looked in there, and she's not in there. And I'm like, who the fuck walked down the hallway? Because there's no way if she went back downstairs, she would have had to go right the fuck past me as I brought the dogs in. So I'm like, who just walked down my fucking hallway? That's crazy shit, man. Chili is inside the house. Don't you even speak that shit into the universe, Witch of Heart. Oh my God.
Nightman's wife said it was probably someone just passing through. Former owner.
Yeah, most likely. Aren't we all though? Aren't we all
No, I read that and I just put a message to her. It's like, oh, Chili's inside the house. Oh, darn.
No, I don't know. That's really odd. I've seen shadow people, but this wasn't a shadow person. I mean, this was actually like a person, you know. That was really crazy. But I've had shadow people pass me in hallways and shit before at night, and you know, when it happens, it's like, oh my God, what the fuck is that? And when you turn, they're like gone. They like dissipate into the darkness.
Sovereign, can you explain that?
What?
The shadow people when they
Yeah,
come back. Can you explain that?
Okay, like
and I'm not calling you on the carpet. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
I've experienced it too. I'm asking you, when you experience them, do you listen to them, or you're like, no, this can't happen?
Well, I actually, you know, I've seen them enough times that it's like, oh, it's those things again. What they are, I can't be certain. I've never really interacted with them to the best of my knowledge. But they're like a three-dimensional shadow of someone that just passes you or walks by you or walks down.
My experience was it came over my back and said duck.
Okay, now I have had audible voices save me twice.
I didn't get audible voices. I got my face shoved in the ground and said duck.
No. I was
okay. And you know what? You kind of just go with it because you're not in control right now. And someone's gonna get fucked up.
Well, I was I was in this tool warehouse, and what I mean by tools, these are huge, big fucking die shoes that go in these presses. They're gargantuan, right? And they have to be lifted onto these shelves on a forklift.
Yep.
And there was no one else around, no one. And I was looking for a certain number because I had to write it down on this clipboard. I was looking for a certain number of a die shoe, and all of a sudden I heard this really loud voice went, "Move!" like that. And I was like,
you did, didn't you?
And I moved, and right where I was standing, one of those things fell off the fucking upper shelves and hit the fucking ground. It would have smashed me like a grape, that thing. But something told me to move. Another time that happened was at an intersection. The light was still green, and I was going along, and all of a sudden there was like someone in the car with me went, "Stop!" And I didn't have the radio on, nothing. It was like somebody sitting right next to me said, "Stop!" And I hit my fucking brakes and stopped. And if I hadn't, I would have got creamed by this pickup truck that was coming through the intersection. And I'm like, wow, where the fuck did that all come from, right? That's nutty shit, bro.
Was that a shadow person?
Look,
or is that a different type of entity?
I don't know. There was no physical form to it. It was just like a disembodied voice.
All right. Hey, you guys want to see some pictures?
I don't know. What are you trying to show me?
And then
well, I'm gonna let you decide, Terry. Do you want to show me
you ain't gonna show me no dick pics or nothing, are you, Logan?
Oh no, you have to go on OnlyFans for that.
65 CJ5, and sometimes they're not hallucinations.
I can't tell what that is. Is that drugs? Is that kilos of something?
That is over 1,000 pounds of fucking cocaine.
Wow, party.
Yeah.
Party at Logan's house.
I did not get to keep it, but Jesus Christ, they made us break it down, and we got so stoned out of our minds, and they still let us drive home.
Oh my
See
God.
what this is? That's hashish.
Yeah. Huh. You working for the man. What's up with that, man?
No, I am the man.
He was
And
working for the man.
my buddy is my dog.
I had my time working for
Oh,
the
yeah,
man.
here's another good one.
Oh my God. What is that, weed?
No, that's hash.
Oh my God.
Oh, guess what? That's a shitload of fucking hash.
No doubt.
That was all hash. And yeah, I'm the redheaded asshole behind it going, oh my God, there's a whole lot of it.
I'm just so you can see from my vantage point how close that hallway is, so how certain I was that there was somebody. I'm gonna turn that. See that doorway right there where my dog's at? That's how close. And it like walked right there, right? Just went right through the hallway.
And I see your dog.
That's where, I mean, that's how close that is. So it's not like I just saw it from a distance or something. I mean, it was that like, oh, who's that?
That's about 12 feet.
I didn't say 12 feet. It's like 6.5 feet. Camera makes it look further.
The camera makes it look further. I've been in that room. It's actually very small.
Like
Man, you're in a small room.
Yeah, I am. My house isn't huge. It's only really good for it was a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. And I've finished off the basement, so now it's a 3-bedroom. It was a 2-bedroom, 1 bath. Now it's a 3-bedroom, 2 bath. Because I finished off my basement. I put a full shower, toilet, sink, everything downstairs. Did the floor, partitioned it with walls, put in doors. Terry saw it.
Pretty freaking awesome too. Yeah, it's pretty freaking awesome. I like that basement. That's pretty cool. I bet she loves it, don't she?
You guys got basements.
Yeah.
Well, here's the weird thing where I live. You guys got basements. Yeah, we don't get that in California.
I think I'm one of only 2 or 3 houses on my whole street that has a basement, because it's difficult to have a basement here too. It's real rocky. I'm right at the foot of the Shenandoah of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the Shenandoah Valley.
I know exactly where the Shenandoah Mountains are. I went to Front Royal, Virginia, and I got to go through the blizzard of '94. Thank you very much.
Hey, I was in that too. Yep.
Hey, so Laura Rader wants to know if Chili's business failures were maybe money laundering schemes for his Colombian drug family. Listen, she was just asking.
I think that there's a lot of validity in that's down the right trail.
Logan, did you guys realize when Chili went on and did his video tonight, it's like, oh my God, I've come in contact with my family down in Colombia, and he started apologizing? My guess is the Colombian family said, hey, Chilito, shut the fuck up.
Which one are you talking about? The leading with forgiveness 2 days ago, or the one that's let's chat in the chat box from last night?
I don't know, man. It's not like I get
that was the last time he went live.
I don't get a Woody when Chili goes on. I usually just look on Irish Demons or Team Skeptics channel. I don't give that guy any likes or views.
Oh, I'll go ahead and pull him down. I'll go ahead and I download him, because then I can chop him up if I need to.
Well, you are a content creator, and that's what you do. Rock on, sir.
So, yeah, I think that was the last one he had, but that was even bad. That was even bad where he was on there. This is this one right here that I have up on the screen.
When I start getting my channel up, if you guys want to know how to make really good food for the littlest possible cost, come find my channel. I know how to cook.
This one here. And it was just like, just watch how effeminate this guy acts. Whether you hear it or not, just watch how fast.
I can't jump as high. I can't do all things from age.
Welfare pig, really? The ghost of Willie Nelson. Dude, you are fucking behind the times, man. We've been here for 6 months.
That's not what sucks. The short part is the part that sucks is.
I'm gonna put this down.
Oh, Raymond. Oh, ghost of Greg Allman.
The physical thing.
Oh, it might be.
That's what really sucks. Just so you guys know, I mean, the trolls who are like.
Which of ours here too? Holy crap.
Just be honest with each other. So
Look
Hey,
how
how come you weren't backing me up?
if you watch this dude's mannerisms and shit and the way he talks, you can tell that he did not have a man in his life growing up. Because I think he's got all sisters, and I think that's one of his resentments with women too. But if you watch him, he's very effeminate the way he talks. He's almost he becomes like a stern woman would like.
No, you know what he is? He's a pleaser. He wants to please everybody, and everything he says is absolutely true. I had an older sister, and she said, "Nah, shut up, Steve."
Hey, Solomon, Peter's saying that he sent you a meme he wanted to see if you could play.
Oh, let me see. As soon as I get too much shit open, everything starts wanting a robot. You send it to the Taurus field. Yeah, let me open up my email. He sent a bunch of them, and I was gonna save those for when I do a roast and fucking chili again, because I like those. Those are fun.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of those too. I like them. They give me a little get going in my day.
Nelson, Laura Rader, thank you very much.
What happened with Laura Rader?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just answered it back. She says I'm the ghost of Willie Nelson.
Dollar Tree Willie, because he's the ghost of Willie Nelson.
Yeah, I look like him, but I guarantee you I cannot sing like him. Don't hold me up to that standard.
To all the girls I loved before. There you go. Is this the ones
Jesus
I got?
Fucking Christ. That was Soprano and Willie Nelson doing that thing. Yeah, I didn't like it when it came out in the 80s either. So
I got you
but
all
you know
done.
what? He made money and he paid off his taxes. Don't forget, Willie really fucked over the IRS. And they said, nope, we're going to come and get you.
Peter makes these. He sent me a bunch. As long as we're in the email, we ought to look at them. Here's a thing on hypnosis. Oh, thank you for that, Peter. I got to be careful and go over any kind of clips that I show, because these fuckers at YouTube, man, they'll strike you for all kinds of shit, man. And they just piss me off. See, I have way too much weird shit. So, like, why am I getting something from Front Office Sports? I don't even like sports, man. And why would I get that?
Because your email, depending on where you put it, goes out on a sales list and gets sold everywhere.
Let me see. Oh, did you know there's something wrong with the water at Camp Lejeune? Is everybody aware of that by now?
Oh, Jesus Christ. They've been inundating us for that for the last 6 months. Yes, between 56 and 85, if you ever spent any time in Camp Lejeune, you are part of a class action lawsuit because they poisoned you. Now, if you really want to go jump on that fucking bandwagon, follow the goddamn commercials, all right? It's not going to work out in your best interest.
Oh, no. You bad, Peter. You're bad. Go to the corner and think about what you've done.
I just call him like I see him.
Thank you for that, Peter. We appreciate it. I always love those laughs.
Peter, go sit in the corner and think about what you've done. Be glad that you live in a foreign country where you can't be sued. I'll be the one sued. Did I get all the dogs? I think I did. I'm pretty sure I did. Holy shit.
I'm so stoned.
When am I going to go live again, Austin? I'm not sure. If not before, probably Friday night. I do Tinfoil Hat Tuesday. We did one last night. I usually have a 6-hour one on Wednesday, and then sometimes the captain likes to do a Freedom Friday, and I'm like co-host this channel and that channel, so I always try to be, my schedule's pretty full. So probably Friday, if not before, I would say, Austin, in answer to that question. I wish I could do it every day, all day, but of course life doesn't allow that. I have a life outside of YouTube. I added this to my life. This isn't my life. It's just part of what I do, if that makes sense. I don't, I wish I could just be Ironton Auditor, but I'm not. I'm Terry Nip, and I have to be that first and foremost. An Ironton Auditor gets what's left over.
You ain't allowed to be Ironton Auditor.
I don't care what Chili says. He can kiss my ass. I'm the auditor.
He took
and
away.
I'll tell him that any day of the week. Hey, did he not learn from me? He's starting to be nice to the cops, ain't he? And he's getting more information, like they talk back and shit instead of just ignoring it.
Unless another auditor shows up on the scene, and then it's on. Like he did with who was that? What's that?
SGV.
SGV. Yeah,
SGV, San Gabriel Valley. Yes, I know that asshole.
Thank you, Epiphanies. I appreciate it. I'll be looking for you on Friday. Now I have to let my dog in. I'll be right back.
That's what I was hearing. It's on there. I thought it was a dog here outside. Hi, Moonshadow. Come on up here.
Did you not hear what the dog was saying? The dog was saying, I need to go out and poo.
Well, Moonshadow, you know how most dogs are pretty particular about the little area of the yard that they go in. I mean, like Peanuts over here and Fabio goes over here. Moonshadow, she just don't care. She'll be right full trot and just stop and drop it like it's hot. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, she don't fucking care, does she?
Nope.
Screw you, pick it up.
Come here, Moon. Come here. Come on. You come up here, I'll give you a piece of turnover. Come on. Come
hey,
on where you are.
Sovereign.
Yes.
This is my best dog ever.
Come here.
Jonathan Montero wants me to remember that Chili made me. Then he says, just effing with you, man. You're the real deal. Appreciate it, Jonathan. Thank you.
Here's my girl. This is my girl. Right here is my girl.
Oh, crap. I have to turn on my cam, don't I? I'm so fucking stoned.
Oh, I thought you meant the picture. Oh, yeah.
No, here we go. Here we go.
Kojak. Oh. That's my shepherd, Fabio, you hear in the background.
Hey, is it barking at the person walking around in your house?
I don't know what they're something out.
No, he's saying, Dad, get off your fucking ass. We're going to go have some fun.
They know I ain't going out in the cold at night. That ain't happening.
Oh, do they know that?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure?
Listen, I went out there one day. My one shepherd, Brandy, she's like my girl, right? Went out there one night and I walked out there with him in the yard and I picked up her ball and chucked it. And she started to run after it and then stopped and looked back at me like, are you fucking nuts? How am I supposed to know where that thing went? You know? And she come back and just looked at me like, no, we're not doing dark ball. We're not doing that shit. She pretty much.
What? I got brought up on charges one time because I told a newly promoted chief that no, I'm not going to put my dog in that. And he said, yes, you will. And I said, no, I'm not. And we had an alternate dispute resolution, whatever the fuck that shit is. And they said, you can't tell me no. And it's like, oh, yes, sir, I can. Would you like to look at Customs Directive? He and I have never become friends since.
That's too bad.
Yeah, well, he's a dick.
You don't have those. Without dicks, how would we gauge who's a dick? Right? So, well, I think we pretty much run the gambit of this one here tonight. I'm going to cut this off here.
Oh, man. Shit, and I'm just loading up my bong again.
Well,
shit.
You know what? Oh, that clock's wrong. How you doing, Ironton? You still holding up?
It is 7 minutes till 1 a.m. if that helps you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I have to do weird math in my head.
Oh, Witch is still here, too. Jesus Christ, you are a slut for punishment.
Careful what you say about her. She'll be up here to like verbally slap the piss out of you in a couple minutes. I've seen it happen. Don't think I ain't seen it happen.
Yeah, I saw what she did to Nick Volt the other night, and yeah, I'd really like to go out on a date with Witch, even though she's half my age.
Is that Witch saying goodnight? If it is, good night, Witch. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Who's Vivi?
Nightman's wife. That's abusive. Department's assets. No, not if they're not pinned. No, it's not.
Oh yeah, I saw that come by in my feed one time. I'm gonna have to look at that sometime. It's just like I don't have time. You know, I try to keep up with shit that's going on, and oh yeah, that's right. Oh, and the elections were fucked up again.
Right. Or at least they're saying that in some places.
Oh my God. Surprise, surprise, surprise. It's like,
well, surprise, surprise, surprise. That weren't my finger neither.
You don't think they tested this beforehand? Like they just moved them out today and plugged them in and said, well, fuck it, they ain't working. You know, I mean, why wasn't this like sorted out weeks ago before the election?
You guys are over 50 and you still think like 12-year-olds. I love you guys.
Oh my God. Listen, if it really fucking mattered, it wouldn't be so goddamn funny.
Hey, when I was a Boy Scout, our fucking patron where we did stuff was the Moose Lodge.
Oh, okay.
You know what the Moose Lodge does?
Drink.
Yes. And they gave us control over the A-frame with the fucking kegs. And it's like, oh crap, I'm 14 and I'm going to get drunk. I am not going to let them know this.
Oh, yeah.
Under my yeah. No, man. Look, I am not the pillar of community. I did some shit when I was a kid.
I had my share of shenanigans.
Yeah, it was fun too, wasn't it?
Yeah, never hurt nobody, never stole no shit, but we pulled some pretty cool fucking cranks. Yeah.
Hey, there's a place where I grew up. We called it Hang Glider Hill. And it was this place where people would do hang gliders off of. But it was right down the street that ran right next to our high school. And it was like a 45-degree angle going down. Mm-hmm. And we used to do catamaraning. If you don't know what that is I sit my ass on a skateboard and put my feet on your skateboard. You sit your ass on a skateboard and put your feet on my skateboard. We lock wrists and we go down the 45-degree angle. I would not recommend that for anybody.
Oh, wait. Yeah, there we go. Somebody has said that Peter said that Dr. Oz lost that election. That means that other guy, Fetterman, won. Wow.
Bullwinkle does not go to the Moose Lodge. Thank you very much. Thank you, C65 CJS.
That are not allowed to moose and squirrel.
No, moose and squirrel. Moose. You got to trill your R's. Moose and squirrel.
I can't. I have dentures. What's he got? Oh, I can't do the fucking YouTube links, man. Right now. I don't want to pooch my stream. I'm going to look this shit over. Let me see what it is first.
Hey, Dream and Escape the Chains, we're just fucking riffing.
Yeah, we're having fun.
It's like, who cares?
I don't know what this is.
Welfare Pig said, poor Spike tries
to
help, but he is overmatched. You know what I just dropped in my mind?
Can't show that video clip.
Spike on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She said Spike, and it's like, oh crap.
I bet you she was doing more than just slaying vampires.
Yeah, I think Witch of Heart is falling in love with me right now.
Oh my God. Yeah.
No, we know how to do this shit.
But I'm going to cut this down just for interest's sake. But Logan, we can still hang out backstage for a little bit after I cut off this. We got to let these people get to sleep. They have to work and shit in the morning. And
Okay.
can we watch Eric Dubé's video from yesterday? It's only 6 minutes. I have to find out what the copyright shit's going to be on that. I don't know if I can or not. I'm probably going to do more shit like that in my members only area. And unfortunately, it's like I got to do that because there's like these assholes that want to fucking shut your shit down for whatever goddamn reason they can find. And I'm just keeping my shit clean.
Oh yeah, because you hurt their little feelings.
So I don't figure, I mean, if you want to be a Karen and go look at that kind of shit to get me whatever, then you can, pay me first. That way I look at it. So I think that's how we're going to kind of work it.
Well, hey, here's the thing is, Sovereign, if you're going on YouTube, you are a business.
Yep.
And you have your product and what you want to sell. And if someone says you can't sell that, oh, that's when the gloves come off. Because you're going to go, actually, yes, I can sell this. I like talking about flat earth and weed. What's your
problem?
I mean, seriously, it's like, who cares?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, there again, that whole idea that because I say something means a whole bunch of people are just going to suddenly believe it. This is another thing. Oh, Peter, I found out about this. This is kind of crazy. I just saw a news blurb that the Dutch government has banned David Icke from entering the country because of his dangerous reptilian conspiracy theories. Now, if that's nonsense, how the fuck is it dangerous? Or is there validity in it? See, that's what I have to look at. Is there validity in it? It's like with flat earth being censored so heavily. Why? If there's nothing to it, what the fuck are you afraid of? It's all that shit that they want to censor. It's like if there's nothing to it, then nobody's going to entertain it. It's going to filter out that it's not what it appears to be. Truth is self-evident. Truth is always evident. And it will always obliterate deception every fucking time. Deception always loses.
He said he was banned, but it had nothing to do with reptilians.
Yeah, that's what they said on the news. It was because of his dangerous reptilian theories. His dangerous reptilian theories. That's exactly what they said on the news. At least over here, that's what they said.
I think I fucked up.
No. See, we might have a sound effect for that.
Where'd my sound go?
You don't have no sound anymore? If he doesn't, he can't hear me. So difference to me.
I'm not sure he knows.
I don't think so.
Good night to everybody that's saying good night, by the way. Everybody have a great night.
Yeah, man. This is weird. I played this one and my grandson knew it. I was cracking up. It was funnier and shit. Did he get muted somehow or he's lost his fucking audio? I don't know. What the hell? I got some pretty cool shit on here. Darth Vader saying no. All right, we're gonna pop out of here. Let me pull this back up over here so I can see a little bit better. Let me see who all I got in here. I gotta go to this thing that says we can hear you typing and shit, Logan. He just can't hear us. That's some.
Eli, I tell him later we was talking shit about him and he couldn't hear it.
He can't hear it. He can't hear it. All right. Well, Jonathan Montero, Lord KJW, Dreamyland, Escape the Chains, Austin Murphy, Peter Vandervliet, Skirby, deer, ski deer. You remember the Swedish chef on the Muppets? Skirby deer. I thought it was funny as shit. Logan Sandman, Jonathan Montero. We said that. Austin Murphy, of course. Raymond Brady, Butch, my friend. Wake Up American Resist is still hanging out in here in the chat. Witch of Heart, Nightman's wife. I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I'm going to go ahead and cut this out. And you got anything to add to it tonight, Ironton?
Just hello and goodbye to everybody in the chat. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. And you know where to catch us. Same time, same place next Tuesday.
That's right. Same Bat channel. Remember that on the Batman thing?
And if you like music, come over to my channel tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. And from 6 to midnight, we'll have Conspiracy Music with Doc Danger, a great music show. There's something for everybody, but not everything's for everybody, so don't expect it. But we have a good time. We hang out and get to even talk to a lot of the artists that do the what you see. They'll be in the chat.
Yeah, they feature a wide range of artists. So, you know, you got to have an open mind for that too. You know, you can't, if you get stuck in one genre of music, it's kind of like, I don't know, eating the same food every day or feeling the exact same emotion every day. You know, you can't do that. You got to switch it up, baby. So I want to thank everybody for coming. Ironton Auditor and Logan Sandman. I don't know where you went. You bless your heart. He's out there somewhere. Fell right off the internet. I don't know what happened.
Fell off the flat internet.
He fell off the flat internet. That's right. Right off the edge. Right off that. Just sailed right out there. Just kind of sailed right out there. Anyway, as we always like to say here, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and get rid of it. Good night.
Good night, everybody.